prior to this war.
And so, Anta, remember that thing that we were discussing? Remember that thing that we were discussing yesterday, and then again during the course of the day. I don't know if you. Cleaned up and put a narrative around a little bit. So, if you read through that, right, what do you see? You see a narrative of this oligarch Malofeyev, who had this fantastic plan as far as he was concerned to put all of the industries and all of the mines and all of the metallurgy of all of the eastern and southern Ukraine, so everywhere from Kharkiv to Odessa, right, into this one giant conglomerate that he would run, right, and he would own and he would benefit from. And first of all, you see two things. First of all, you see the non-security state people who are very high ranking within Russia, right? So the oligarchy types, not the KGB types, but the oligarch extractive economy, took over some businesses after the collapse of the Soviet Union and somehow managed to keep extracting funds out of them to buy yachts and go to Côte d'Azur or whatever. And you kind of see their mentality versus the sheer imperialist mentality. Right, the sheer imperialist mentality also fits into what you were describing. Right, the KGB folk, some of the military folk. Let's just go. Let's just destroy. Just take over whatever state is in. Who cares? We're just going to go and turn and rubbleize cities, and then say, "Oh, well, we took them over. Look, we have freed the space for our empire." And then you have these other more let's call them economically minded oligarchy types, who clearly would have quite liked to have all of those factories, who went into the invasion trying to legitimize or indeed legitimizing the imperialist tendencies, with their own causes, with their own reasons that are kind of frankly disconnected from the reasons that the core of the regime went into all of this with. The other thing that I want to highlight is if you read through towards the end of that thread, which I don't think many people will notice necessarily, because it's a little bit, well, it's kind of buried at the bottom and it's not as obvious, but they talk about the other thing that you said, population replacement, right? And he's specifically noting, yeah, there will be people coming across from Eastern Russia, from across the Urals, who will come and populate this land and work at all of these factories. But what they're really doing there is admitting to a presupposition of genocide as a part of their business plan. Their business, one of the founding pillars, one of the foundational pillars of their business plan is that genocide has already happened. And this is something that Florian brought up, and I was very glad that he did, because I forgot to put this so clearly at the time. But he said, look, that reminded him very much of the general plan East, right, which was kind of the Lebensraum plan of the Nazis, the economic change and takeover of these swaths of Poland, Ukraine, everywhere else, right, where they were pushing. And why am I highlighting this? Because that was used as one of the principal pieces of evidence in Nuremberg trials for, look at this. This presupposes genocide, right? This presupposes the extermination and or enslavement in part of peoples. This whole plan, which is very detailed. Well, this is kind of the same, except it's in a slide deck, a PowerPoint slide deck. You kind of see that the economic plan of this, oligarch assumed population replacement in it already. And what is that? It's one of the categories of genocide, right? There's 5 criteria for genocide. This is effectively one of them, or at least it fits very well with one. And this kind of gives you a somewhat different specific scenario under which it's being done, but you're effectively following through with the same kind of formula, albeit somewhat different steps. And I think that's kind of interesting to see. It's good to see because if nothing else, this should really allay doubts of those who were even the most, oh yes, but it's all about NATO expansion and it's all about Russia feeling threatened because it has NATO too close to its borders. Therefore, it wants to go closer to NATO's borders by moving their troops closer to NATO members' borders, whatever it is, right? Forget that it doesn't make any sense. Forget that it's made up, and forget everything else. But even those people who are the most dyed-in-the-wool Russian apologists, seeing this should surely, kind of speak against this. And this isn't just some guy saying it. This is a guy who portrays Putin as Tsar, who is worth goodness knows how much, who's very close, integrally part of this inner circle of oligarchs very close to the regime, whose part of their mission isn't just to go around on yachts in Côte d'Azur, but also to both legitimize and physically support the regime. It's a guy like this saying it, and I think that's an important component here as well. So sorry, and I've been going on for too long. Please.
No, I had so you mentioned one thing a bit earlier, and it kind of, when you said, so it's not you said about NATO advancing versus we going closer to. It's not only that they go closer with armies, right? It's not that they are reinforcing the area. It's the fact that they are moving strategic assets near and invest, right? So their plan was to invest in Ukraine, like bring their own people after they purge the Ukrainians from the land, bring their own people, and then give work to their people. How should I put this?
Population replacement.
Yes, but not only that. It's they in order to build all that factories, you need to invest, and you don't invest in an area in which you know that there is a possibility that you will lose it because NATO will expand.
Well, not quite. Sorry, there's one gap here. They wouldn't really invest per se, right? Their logic was, we will win in 3 days. We will just take over all of these factories and whatnot, right? They will just be there. We will walk in and they will be ours. So forget about the investments segment, because it really doesn't presuppose any investment. It presupposes, sure, moving people in and expanding, but fundamentally the things are already there. The mines are there, the factories are there, and whatnot. This is also what Simonian was going on about on her daily tirade of delusion. Talking about, look, we left all of our best factories in Ukraine when Soviet Union was broken apart by the evil West or whatever it was, and we went in because we wanted to get all of them back. That's basically what they were saying. So that's why that was their logic from the start. I mean, obviously it's hubris personified. Obviously, it was never supposed to be anything like it was never going to be anything like they presupposed. But that's just the hubris built into the system.
I haven't thought of that, but you're probably right. I don't know how they were. I completely forgot, but you're totally right. I completely forgot that they planned to finish this in 3 days, and we are in day 342. How many times is that?
A few, that's fine. That happens. I mean, have you never gone out to the store, intending to buy a loaf of bread and coming home with 100? I mean, that's happened to everyone, right?
It's 114 times more today, and going up.
George, have you ever returned from the store with 114 loaves of bread when you went to buy one?
No. But, I think the takeaway message from this whole plan, or whatever it is, is that it is based on one fact: the fact that the Ukrainians would be removed, eliminated, liquidated. Pick your horrific term. In other words, this plan was steeped in genocide, and I think that's the take-home message. Whether they were going to take the factories or not, it was what needed to happen for that to take place. Was that the initial phase was going to be the elimination of the Ukrainians there.
Yeah, precisely, right. That's step one of population replacement, is either killing off or deporting the existing population, both of which the various incarnations of the Duchy of Muscovy have plenty of experience in over the decades. And then step two, of course, is bringing in other ones. And it's a highly colonial approach to things, right?
So either the worst case scenario being genocide or ethnic cleansing, whichever have you, both being crimes against humanity.
Precisely. Lexicon, I saw you up a little bit ago, but I think you must have had some technical issues.
No, I came back. Well, I just whatever. Yeah, well, sorry. Thanks. I was away doing some real work, and I just got back in time to hear you were talking about 90% of the, what are they called, VKV or something. I sent you a message directly to ask just if you. Yeah, and you were talking about an article or an assessment, and I wondered. So I didn't know what the 90% was. It dead or was it alive? But I just wanted to ask you to put it in the nest or something, if that, or
I can explain.
Yeah, okay. And then I have something else I wanted to say.
Yeah, let me just explain this, and then we'll revert back before I forget. So if you go to @word translated, it's Dmitry, the
I know the
Estonian chap who translates. Perfect.
Yeah,
so a few hours ago, he put up a translation of a video clip from a Russian TV show, where one of the Russian mill bloggers is saying, by September already, 50% of the VDV forces, the Russian airborne elite units, have been, he doesn't say killed, but out of action. But I think he means killed or irretrievably injured. So that's a Russian mill blogger on Russian television saying that. Now, the 90%, so that's until September, right? Since then, they've been involved in some fighting as well on the right bank in Kherson, if I remember correctly. That's part one. The 90% number was from Hristo Grozev from last year in April, I think. So Hristo Grozev is one of the founders of Bellingcat. And he was saying already back then that 90% of the kind of the elite within the VDV, so a subgroup within the VDV that are the actual paratroopers, as opposed to just soldiers in blue and white striped tenyashkas who go about this. Who was it who was saying this? I forget. Who go about beating on civilians on Moscow parades every summer, and they're more to intimidate and the symbol of this white and blue striped tenyashka is kind of like an intimidation symbol in Russia, in countries of Central Asia, wherever, because it kind of signifies the bully with the ultimate authority to bully and be violent towards people with complete impunity, right? So they're kind of shock troops of the empire. So, but he was saying that 90% of the elite ones, that is to say the ones who are really, really trained, the soldiers rather than just shock troops, that 90% of those were killed already by April last year. But this was in April last year. I don't know how good his sources are, but I will say this much: Hristo Grozev has the best sources of anybody in the world, pretty much. So, so that's the two different numbers. Hope that helps, Lexicon.
That's super. Um, I was listening to the discussion about the genocidal plan and the Lebensraum plan of Hitler, or I don't know if I dreamed that connection. Anyway, yesterday I happened to go and listen to Tim Snyder, who delivering a lecture in the end of October, I think. It was the Eli Wiesel lecture. I don't know if it was Brandeis. It was at a university to history students and profs, and it was about the genocidal, the definitive analysis why we need to recognize that Russia's war in Ukraine is a genocide. So he runs through the definitions. A very interesting thing he does is he runs through all the excuses we have when we don't want to say, oh, but surely not. And so as a to look at a piece of historical analysis, the guy really tightly and cogently argues his case, and he leaves you lying in a heap on the floor if you hadn't been willing to say so before. Anyway, it's really worth seeing. It's in the YouTube, and if you do just Tim Snyder alone, it'll pop out. Or with the Elie Wiesel lecture. But one of the best things he does is that when he talks about why all those excuses won't work and why you have to confront the fact that, say, this plan to do the grab up all the capital assets of the state and the country, that the importance of recognizing is that unlike so many of the genocides, and he says there are many genocides, and the students recognize this when he's answering questions, but the thing is that it's important to recognize this one, because this one, unlike all those others, we can do something about. It's going on right now. So he makes the most, I think, really fascinating and devastating argument for why we all have to do this. So it's worth a look. It's very contemporary, so it's a few months old. I mean, very timely. It's a great lecture. And a good example of Tim Snyder. And I don't know if you were on last night when people were saying, is there any way we can invite Tim Snyder to the space? Maybe when he's got half an hour between flights.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe even, nowadays you get internet in flight. Sometimes it's pretty good. I know that other passengers might complain, but I think he has a pretty good teaching voice, and maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they'd listen instead. Who knows? Maybe he'd luck into it. But other than that, I completely agree with that. Right? This one we can do something about. Period. This is why this one is the most important right now, because something can still be done to limit it more so than otherwise. That's exactly the point. Thank you. George?
Dominic, what are we going to do about the Austrian-Hungarian, conglomeration of Putin butt kissers?
George, do you know what? You tell me, what are you going to do about Mitsotakis?
Why? What did he do now?
Saying that Greece cannot provide Leopard 2 tanks because they're absolutely essential to our own defense strategy.
Well, he does have a point. They need to be backfilled, and that wouldn't be a problem if the United States had clipped Erdogan's, Bolsheviks early on, a couple of years ago. But they've created a monster there, and now Greece has to deal with him. The U.S. could solve this by putting an arms embargo on Turkish F-16 parts, and then Greece would be more than willing to send the Leopard 2s to Ukraine. But since the Biden administration still wants to play footsie with a totalitarian regime, this is where we're at.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, George. There's only so many leopards you can put next to the Evros there.
Actually, that is not the case, because what you would need a defense in depth, not only there but on some of the islands too. So that's one of the reasons. You know, Greece doesn't have that many modern tanks. Remember, the bulk of their stuff is old, including M48s and Leopard ones. Now, I don't see why some of the Leopard ones couldn't be sent, and that's a more bigger question. Those should be sent because they're lighter, and actually the Ukrainians already know how to drive them, and they also have bridges that can hold them. You know, including the German Beaver bridge loan tanks that Germany sent. So that's the bigger question. Is they should send a couple of hundred of the Leopard ones at least. But the Leopard fees, yeah, I can understand. I think what he wants them to do is the United States to backfill them. You know, hey,
George,
listen.
that's what I was missing in the statement, right? What I was missing in the statement is saying, well, we can't send any Leopard 2s, but we are sending 200 Leopard 1s. But the second part of the statement never came.
Yes, and then there you have a legitimate point and a beef, you know. But let's not forget the Slovaks, you know, they're not an immediate threat, and some of the other countries in Central Europe have wanted certain things to be backfilled before they could send, you know, armored equipment. So let's
how
not,
many Leopards does Slovakia have, George?
No. I'm talking about their T-55s and all that other stuff that they knew they weren't going to use. I'm not talking about Slovakia, but other countries too. They've all said, "Oh, we need to be backfilled." So it's not like Greece is the only one, you know, saying, "Hey," and they actually have someone directly on their border, not only land border, but a huge, you know, maritime border with a country that frequently flies into their own airspace. So if the Biden administration were to do a parts embargo on F-16s because of Erdogan's, you know, completely crazy behavior, you know, I'm sure the Greeks would be like, "Oh, thank you. Yeah, we could send 14. We can send 24. Just let us know how long the embargo is going to be on." But Biden hasn't been the Biden administration hasn't been using um, their diplomatic resources efficiently lately.
And
I'm sorry. I don't want to transform this in bashing Greece day. I mean, we had a lot of bashing
you
the
know what
Germans.
happens? You know what happens when you bash Greece?
I am part Greece. So
Yeah, but do you know what happens when you bash Greece?
what?
They turn into tapenade.
Well, so my question was, so I have two things that I genuinely don't understand, George. So don't get me wrong for asking, but if you're here, maybe you know more. So um, because my ancestors came in Romania, I don't know, 150 years ago, something like that. So the question is like this: you Greece, someone, yes, I have, I don't know, 300 tanks. Out of 300 tanks, 14 is what? A fifth, fifth, 5%, right? So 5%. And this is why I don't understand. So if someone in like, I don't understand Canada, for example, because they have granted 20 tanks, and they say they will give 4. But anyway, if the US decides to invade, 20 tanks, it's equal to nothing. So it's it's not that it's gonna help. But anyway, this was something that, so I attacked 2 of your countries in one go. Sorry. uh
Yeah, but you
I,
see, Canada should send them all because 20 tanks wouldn't do anything anyway, so might as well send them.
exactly, exactly.
George,
But but their
George,
argument is
you're forgetting things.
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm being facetious.
You're
Hold on a second.
forgetting the whiskey war.
Okay, well, so Canada does have certain responsibilities. They do have certain overseas deployments, and that's why they want to hold on to at least a company of them, which would be about 14, or as the Canadians and British say, a squadron. If you say squadron 3 times and company and make fun of it, Yehuda shows up. But anyway, yeah. So getting back to Greece, yeah, you're talking about they have about 100 and they have about the numbers aren't exactly right, but about 172 A6s, which are the more modern Leopard 2s, and then they have about 184 2A4s, which they were in the process of converting to 2A6, 2A7 standard, right? But like I said, people are saying, "Oh, 300 tanks." Well, look at the border. That border looks small on a map, but it's not. Okay, that border is long enough. It's not 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers. And when you're talking about 300 tanks, you're not talking about, you're talking about what, maybe 2 divisions, maybe, you know,
Technically,
against, and now you have to understand, against an army that can field 5 times the military you have. So Greece would be in the same situation, and actually even worse than Ukraine was, numerically speaking. So what's a magnifier for the lack of troops is if you have good quality equipment, and that's why they want to hold
okay.
on to this stuff, because of what comes out of Ankara. Now, this message might also be directed toward Biden and certain senators in the United States to tell them, hey, we're willing to give our stuff, but we can't because of the imbecile in Ankara. Maybe that statement, the way he stated, the way he phrased it, is a message to certain senators in the US Senate to press pressure on the Biden administration to make it, how can you say, feasible for Greece, to make it the environment to a certain extent where Greece would not feel threatened anymore, and which would be able to send the tanks.
Okay, so
Right?
I got that part. Let me move the step forward. So we decided why they should keep the tanks, right? Because Turkey might attack Greece. Now, not we will make we will forget the fact that both of them are in NATO, and we still have the fact that Greece is part of the EU. They are not, um, and they are in Schengen also, to my recollection. So um, if Turkey would attack Greece, it's not like one of the disadvantages of Ukraine was they were both outside the EU and outside NATO, and without army, and without money, and without training, and without a lot of things.
Yeah,
Which actually,
but Anda, I'm just remember, every time Erdogan a couple of weeks ago threatened that Turkish missiles could hit Athens. Did the EU spokesman? I'm going to pose a couple questions to you. Did you hear a word out of the EU spokesman condemning any of those statements? No. So Greece can't put its trust in a economic deal because it's not a military deal. So
George, first of all, no, that's not quite true. Second of all, no, it's not. Read the Lisbon Treaty. That's part one. Part two, don't please go around falling for the same nonsense as so many others do. Yes, there's a reason why Greece isn't shipping things, and that has to do with perception, but not reality. It has to do with perception that there is a threat. Yes, that perception is not going to go away, and that's because everyone keeps that perception high. That perception being high doesn't mean that it's real. So there are two separate things there. One is real, one isn't real. It's real that there is a perception. It's not real that they would actually go and attack.
Is it real that Turkish aircraft fly into Greek airspace, forcing
yeah,
Greece
and what did they do?
It doesn't matter. Well, this is
No,
what
see,
they do.
but this is it.
They
They fly there for the sake of flying there, because they want to be annoying. Why? Because Erdogan needs political points domestically, and by being annoying, he gets them.
But does that put a strain? You're
Yes,
not thinking.
It's all about perception.
No, it's not perception. It puts a strain on the Greek aircraft, right? And that means every time they have to fly up and fly down, they need to be serviced, blah, 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 parts, this and that. We don't need that. Like, why should a country with Greece's economic issues be put under this strain because another country that could easily fix the situation isn't making a move to fix it? That's not a perception. That is the truth.
No, that is the truth, George. But it's not true. It's not realistic that Turkey was actually going to invade Greece, because it can't. Because Turkey looks at the Greek military and realizes that there's no way that they can actually do anything, even if they wanted to. Right? This is the difference between Turkey and Russia. Turkey doesn't look at Greece and says, yeah, we'll do this in 3 days, because they wouldn't. Because even they know they wouldn't. That's the difference. That is the difference between a perceived threat and an actual threat. Okay? So, yes, the perception of a threat is there. Erdogan tries its hardest to keep it high because that benefits him politically at home. The reason why Biden can't go and speak up against him, not like that, not the way you're proposing, is because then Erdogan will probably become a president for life, and we're going to all be stuck with that for another 16 to 20 years. Modern medicine is really a marvel.
You know what, though, man?
Without it, we can at least hope that he'll be out this election.
And if he becomes president for life, who does that hurt? His own people. So, you know what?
Yes, in Greece. And it's going to be a worse situation than if
not if they go back.
Hope that at least they'll be out. Yeah, exactly. At least hope that he'll be out this time around. But that can't be done if America treats Turkey adversarially or excessively adversarially. That's why you don't hear the criticisms. That's why you don't hear the attacks. Why? Because that's what he's trying to start. That's what he's trying to engender. That's what he's trying to cause in the first place. By doing that, you would be playing into his hand. Because his hand is shout really loudly in order to be nice and noticed by your electorate, so you keep getting reelected without having to fudge things too much.
Well, we'll agree to disagree. The way to remove dictators is to clip their wings, not let them sit there and spew nonsense. This is what we did with Putin, and that's why we have the problems we have now.
So I think no one says that Greece should give up everything. So that's where um, one of the things. I have a third question, and I promise these are all three questions that I had in mind. So things that I don't make sense to me, and I'm not military, so each and every time take this into a consideration. So Greece is, I think, 50%, I don't know exactly, um, um, formed with islands, right? And to protect the islands, in my mind, as a non-military, because this is what I am, but I played Risk, if that counts. um, it's you defend your islands with boats, so you don't let um, you don't let them to get to the islands in the first place, right? S at least
Yeah,
at least in my mind,
that
the,
would be the goal.
no, the main battle is not on the land, because you have a lot of sea, and to my recollection, this is actually one of the strong points, the strong assets of Greece, or it used to be. So basically, these were the three things for which I didn't understand, because it wasn't a big number of tanks, and in my mind, and I'm sorry, Dryfly, I um, monopolized George with my risk assessments.
No,
um,
really quick, Anda, so I can answer your question. Yeah, but tanks are crucial. If you have tanks, right? Even a company of tanks, which is about, NATO jargon, about 14 tanks, and you can get them to the spot where, let's say, an amphibious landing is going to happen, the chances of you throwing that amphibious landing into the sea go up. Remember, this is a long coastline, huge, and a lot of those islands are a lot closer to very close, right next to mainland Turkey than they are Greece. And it would be very easy. It's going to be very hard to defend every island all over the place. So you know that somewhere, somehow, there would be an amphibious landing. Yes, control of the airspace would be crucial. And obviously, naval assets would be crucial, because you would be able to maybe restrict your enemy from resupplying that thing. But because certain of the larger islands that are in the Eastern Aegean are right next to Turkey, those supply lines would be very short, especially at night. So having armored assets on those islands to be able to thwart amphibious landing that's what we're talking about. And when they say 300 tanks, and look at the border, it's not only the border. You got to keep at least a company of tanks on all these major islands, from Rhodes, Chios, Lesbos, all of those. Uh, up and down that coast with Turkey. So that's one of the reasons. But the United States could easily fix this. They could backfill, you know, some tanks, and we should be okay. We can send them.
Dryfly.
Hi, sorry, I was slow hitting my buttons. Two questions. When is the election in Turkey, and is there any real opposition? I mean, my understanding is that it's fairly soon, quite soon, in fact. And the other side of it, that there really isn't any opposition, that he's going to roll over whoever's there. And the fact that he's even doing this is almost laughable. Or is there real opposition? And I'll listen.
No,
He
there's a
jailed the
chance he might not
opposition.
make. There's a chance he might not make it in the second round.
Not even into the second round?
There's a chance he might not make it into the second round. The polls are, it's it's not likely that he doesn't. It's very likely that there will be a runoff between him and the Republican, right, the CHP, but it's plausible that there were some suggestions like a month ago, 2 months ago, saying, yeah, the way it's looking could be a really interesting one, because it was kind of showing up for a very tight three-way race, and then he could have just ended up ever so slightly behind the other two, with a lot of votes going to fourth through whatever place. It's very unlikely, but there's a chance. And the thing of the second round is, it has to go. It's kind of like the Georgia Senate, right? You need to actually get 50%, because it's only two candidates, so you need 50% of the valid votes. And now, let's put it this way: even if he, even if he can, shift the percentages a bit, there's only so many percentage points of a difference that can make. So there is legitimate hope that he doesn't win. The other part, and this is important, is a lot of this is pre-election posturing. This is going to be the hardest election for him ever, by a lot, right? Because this is going to be the hardest election for him in a long time, by a lot. Because of the economic situation, principally, he's trying really, really hard to do whatever he possibly can up ahead of time, to garner as many votes from anything else, from other issues, let's call it, from distracting issues, in order to be able to win nevertheless, right? So that's why. That's the other part of it. Yeah, it's that's why he's been stepping up rhetoric, a lot.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, of course.
What's the likelihood that he just stuffs the ballot and it's a Putin-like election? Because I just wasn't. I mean, again, I hate to say it, this is an American out in the middle of flyover who just doesn't pay attention to every country. And my impression all along, watching American media and then listening to what little I listen to outside of this kind of discussion, was that, oh yeah, he's going to win easily. It's going to be a slam dunk. There's really no chance for anyone else to even come close. It's going to be almost like a show trial type situation where he'll have 67 or 70%, and everyone else will have 30, and that'll be that. So how did this happen? I mean, is he going to even let the election go through? Or is there a way for him to really stuff it? Because you get the impression he's a damn near an autocrat. So how would he let the election even occur unless he's going to control it? Listen.
So you're right. The thing is, look at the last two elections, right? The two direct presidentials in which he was a candidate. In both of those, it was a first round win, but it was just a first round win, just by we'll see. There's a reason why they're campaigning we'll see. There's a reason why they're campaigning very hard, why they're doing a lot of outreach in diaspora communities that still have Turkish passports, especially in Germany. If it didn't matter if they could just do 70% off the bat, they wouldn't be going to those efforts, right? That's why. So it's not like Russia, not quite like Russia. Certainly not quite like Russia. Hungary is a much better comparison. Luca, maybe you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, Domin, and good morning, folks. So we talked a lot about this with my Turkish friends and family, and so of course we're trying to make an inference about what is the current status and the status of the Turkish democratic system in this election based on what we knew about the previous elections. So it appears that last time Erdogan was able to twist few arms and gain few points locally in some of the districts, but there are districts that have strong opposition, and apparently Izmir is one, and of course the other big cities, Istanbul being the other one. The local politicians or the local system fought back, and so there is only so much that he could gain. I mean, in some districts he was able to gain, but he's not like you're saying, it's not like Putin, where he can just make up a number and probably is just gonna stick. He still had to go through the system and the courts, and he still kind of like bought himself a few percentage point. Now, did he get stronger this time around? Can he actually get even more points? Perhaps, maybe not, who knows? But I think the broad statement that is being made here and that we can make is that if Erdogan has a big gap, in votes, if he's losing by enough, he probably cannot make it up even today by legal and arm twisting maneuvers, and so he would lose. Now there is a question, though. So on this, I think we agree. But there is a question, though, among my friends, which is a similar question that we had over here around January 6th or something like this. It's like, it's even worse there, of course, because this guy has been in power for a long time, and he does have, I'm going to put it mildly, dictatorial tendencies, right? So I'm not going to say if he's going to give up power, but how will he end up giving up power if he actually loses, right? So there is a feeling in the Turkish community that I'm talking to that, it's not going to be easy, even if he loses by enough and it sticks, the transition won't be easy. So we need to be ready for that. Thank you.
Oh, for sure, Luca. And what I think is the most likely scenario is, he wins in the second round by a few percentage points, and there's doubts in the legitimacy of the election, but he wins anyway. And then he kind of he can relax a little bit because everything's fine, and he can drop the objections to Swedish, Finnish NATO membership and a bunch of other stuff, and step down the rhetoric against Greece a little bit because there's no actual use in it so far away from the next election, right? That's more what I'm getting to. And this is why the reason the fact that he can lose is relevant insofar as there being hope that after the election it drops off a bit, right? Because if he can't lose, then there would be no point in doing it now unless he really believed in it, right? All of this nonsense that he's up to. But if he can lose, then there's a purpose to it now, because he can, because he has something to benefit from it in terms of electoral points. That's really the crux of the argument that I'm making. Does that sound reasonable, Luca?
Yeah, I mean, but your conclusion is that he is not gonna lose still.
My conclusion is that he might, but at the very least, my main point is that he thinks he might. That's why he's doing all of this other stuff and stepping up rhetoric and keeping Sweden and Finland out of NATO and stepping up rhetoric with Greece and doing more overflights or whatever, right? Because if it weren't for electoral points, he would actually have to believe in all this crap, and I don't think he does. And this is where the election date is relevant, because whatever happens, whether he wins or loses, he won't keep just doing this anyway, because it won't be benefiting him electorally for 5 years later on.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, you can see like the Turkish mentality is even darker than this. Like I hear several times that people say, "Oh yeah, you can expect few acts of terrorism here and there." Of course, these are provoked or false flag. So it's not even just the international politics that is expected to be used to twist the public opinion, like you're discussing, but even internal. There was, in fact, I forgot what it is, like a couple of months ago, or maybe a little bit more, one of those bombings that they didn't have in a long time, and stir up the internal nationalism, whether it's the Kurds or something against Syrians refugees. So yeah, it's heating up quite a lot, and I think you are saying it correctly. This is all posturing to try to consolidate the consensus for the election, because he is on shaky grounds. That's true.
Thank you, Luca. Hang about. Let's go to Abdallah, and then I need to ask you a couple of Italian questions. Abdallah, please.
Hi, Doman. Greetings. How are you?
All good, Abdallah. How are you?
Oh, Doman, I'm doing well. I don't know why I'm getting massive feedback. So I'll just comment and then maybe I'll go down and listen. Yeah, Doman. Yeah, I was just gonna ask if Erdogan was to win the Nobel Peace Prize, will that be of any help?
I mean, give him an Oscar for best supporting role as well.
Yeah. Did you hear my reference was the Hungarian government attempting to nominate Erdogan for the Nobel Peace Prize.
I didn't actually see that.
Yeah, that made my day. I saw that when I got out of work today. Yeah, my father travels to Turkey a lot, and he's got a lot of friends and stuff. A lot of Erdogan supporters as well. The feeling is that Erdogan is gonna go down this year. It really has to be a miracle for him to survive. And all of this stuff that you're seeing with Sweden and Finland, as you rightly said, Doman, is all politics. He is trying to see what sticks, what can help him win. But the feeling on the ground in Turkey is that Erdogan is facing the toughest election, of his life, and he knows that he has to win because he's going to face a lot of issues, as well with the legal system, So that's the thing. That's what's going on. And there's no way Turkey is going to invade Greece, as you said. That's just not going to happen. Turkey invading another NATO country. That's just not going to happen. And what do you call it? That's just a cop out excuse. They should just say maybe we can't afford to buy any more tanks, But they shouldn't use the Turkish invasion as an excuse not to help out Ukraine. And also maybe it's just they're just struggling with their right wing, the right flank, the Prime Minister of Greece. Maybe there's something there that we don't know of. I have no evidence for that, but the Turkish invasion that is not going to happen anytime soon. I'll listen to your response. Thanks, Doman.
Thank you, Abdallah. And honestly, I don't have too much of a response, to be frank, because I'm kind of tired of this still being a thing, and hopefully it stops being a thing soon. And hopefully, this is really my point. Whatever happens in the election, after the election, there's going to be a drop off in the rhetoric and the complaining and whatnot. So, Luca, I want to talk to you briefly about Italy, because we've seen the first moves of some Italian equipment in the general direction of Ukraine after quite a while. Specifically, there was some Panzerhaubitze of Italian extraction found spotted in Ukraine, and probably some other stuff. The SAMPT, I think, is it finally officially confirmed to be going? And that's great, right? That's better than most of us expected last year in August, right, Luca?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't say that I turn into a pro Meloni because this is not my political affiliation, but I am kind of a realist, and I see when a politician or a government performs better than we expected, before they got into power. There is also one thing to understand is that if you're, when I was in Italy, I was watching the Telegiornale, the Italian state news, and I got like a distinct, like old Republican McCain, Bush's feel of like Meloni constantly like hanging out with the Italian military and even like dressed on, military clothes. And I mean, I guess that.
And this was for Christmas, right? After
Yeah. But talking a lot about it, a lot as well. So I don't know. Has she found something that aligns with her conservatism? I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay if she went from being a potentially populist conservative, not to the level of Salvini, but he has Salvini in the government, so it could have gone that direction. But like we've seen that between her party and Berlusconi and Salvini party, I mean, they're in the same coalition, but there is a pretty strong ideological wedge now. So something has happened, and it's surprisingly good. So yeah, we like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed by that. In other news, Tajani, I think, came out yesterday saying, "We will not ship any offensive weapons to Ukraine," which I thought was kind of funny because what do you think a Panzerhaubitze does, right? Pretty offensive if that lands on your head. But also, that probably means no Ariete, which fine, don't need that extra logistics complication. I do wonder, would a Centauro be considered an offensive weapon?
Well, okay, now we're getting on these technicalities that maybe I'm not the right person. Maybe it's more of a Tyner kind.
Oh no, this is a feels kind of question, Luca. This isn't a real classification kind of question.
Right.
This is
right.
Completely feels kind of
question.
Like
what I can tell is that Tajani is the foreign minister, right?
Yes, and he used to be the head of the EPP in the European Parliament.
Right, exactly. So the comments I heard about, that statement, even from inside the government itself, was kind of like, okay. So first of all, Tajani is a Berlusconi guy, and like that's why I'm saying is that there starts to be a wedge, in between Meloni and Berlusconi and Salvini, even though they are sharing a coalition government there. And I think what I heard after he made this statement was a little bit like what people heard after the German foreign minister said something about the leopard, right? People were like, okay, you're saying this, but that's really not your responsibility. So I feel that this tells more about the internal divisions of the government than actual strategy. And as far as we see, Meloni seems to have a pretty strong handle on power now, because there is always the option to drop one party and integrate. It wouldn't happen. It's like they wouldn't do it, but like there is the potential to threaten some of the allies, to drop them and replace them with some of the opposition parties. So I think that unless we hear it from Meloni or the defense minister, you can pretty much like discard it as the Forza Italia people trying to appeal to their own base or something like that.
And the defense minister Crosetto, he's from Fratelli d'Italia, right? He founded Fratelli d'Italia a decade ago. So both the prime minister and the defense minister from the same party, and they did manage to get that bill through parliament. Now, my question for you, Luca, is that bill that went through parliament in Italy that says it's down to the executive to decide what goes over the course of 2023 from Italian stocks to Ukraine. Does that have to be done cabinet wide, or is prime minister and defense minister enough?
Okay, so without having read the details of the bill, typically those are cabinet wide. You know, but I will need to go and check.
Got it. Mille grazie. Nefa Devo, go ahead.
Hi. So all this mic check.
All good.
So the talk about Greece and Turkey. There was another bit of news along with that I think is relevant and needs to be considered. That Turkey just, they had been in a deal with the U.S. to get in some F-16s, but then they cozied up to Putin and went and bought some S-400s. And so now the U.S. is saying, and so I see this as Greece looking back and seeing that Turkey is now starting to get aligned closer to Russia and doesn't trust them very much, which they shouldn't. I was just wondering if you think that plays a role in this.
A little bit maybe, but I don't think it really matters that much. The real problem is the following. Anybody from the West, especially the US, takes a hard line with Turkey over anything before the election. That strengthens Erdogan's case. That's why they're not trying to do it. That's why nobody's going close to that. That's kind of the bulk of the explanation of why doesn't he get treated with a tougher, with a tougher approach. And the real answer is, hey, there's no benefit to be had from that, because you're not really going to change anything. Now, being kicked out of the F-35 program as a consequence of getting the S-400, that was done because, as Axel likes to say, the F-35 isn't as much just a fighter jet, but also because because it's a intelligence platform. Just as well as being a fighter jet, and that's why the S-400s could harvest data about their flights or whatnot, and they really didn't want that. So that's kind of why they got kicked out, and this was made pretty clear. But at the end of the day, I don't think Greece is ever going to be perfectly happy with whomever pretty much is in power in Turkey for any extended period of time, and Turkey is never going to be perfectly happy with all of those islands being Greek. So, not to mention the whole Cyprus thing, it's going to be messy for a long time going forward. Just the question is of how messy it will be and how reflecting that will be in the running of both of these countries going forward. Now, Nefa Devo, there's a reason why Greece always had one of the highest GDP proportions expended on defense in NATO. Always, ever since they've entered. There's a reason for that, and I don't think that's going to change really anytime soon. The question, the real question is, a difference between someone who's actively stepping it up and someone who isn't. That's the real difference. I don't know. Do you have a follow-up, Nefa Devo, or should we go to Abdallah?
No, that's good. Thank you.
Cheers, Abdallah.
Excuse me. Thanks, Dom. Thanks again. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the F-16s that Poland said that they're ready to.
They didn't.
No, they didn't. Sorry. Can you just clarify for me, please?
Very happily. So, yesterday in the morning, there was a press conference of the Polish Prime Minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, in which he was asked about F-16. Let me see if I still have it open. Did I close that tab? Why did I close that tab? Where did I put that tab? I had this wonderful tab, and then I closed it. And that's frustrating me now because actually I must have pasted it somewhere. Give me a minute. Because I want to read you the quote, you see, rather than just, oh, I know where I have it. 2 seconds. This is the best radio ever, of course. Listening to someone, search for where he deposited a link to a Polish testimony of what happened. Okay, so there's a long one. It was mostly about domestic Polish defense expenditure and stuff. But he was asked whether, like it did previously with tanks and with Patriots, the Polish government would exert similar kind of pressure on the international arena regarding F-16s. And he said, we coordinate all our actions aimed at strengthening Ukraine's defense forces with our NATO partners. And all of this, both the Leopards and Ukraine's, was pressure on our part, but also arrangements with the US. As before, in the context of the MiGs, any other things that will be possibly transferred will be done so in consultation with NATO countries, working in full coordination. What does that mean? That means that he definitely didn't say that, yes, we are angling for sending Ukraine a bunch of F-16s. He didn't say that. That's what got picked up by somebody in the English language Twitter sphere, and then others probably just copied it from them, and that went off into lots of people thinking, including in Ukraine, that yes, Poland said they're sending us F-16. That's not what he said. He did an evasive maneuver in which he said everything will be done in coordination with allies, not excluding anything, but certainly not saying we want to transfer Ukraine a bunch of F-16s. So that's what he said and didn't say. And I'm really glad that a bunch of Polish accounts also got clued up to that quite quickly, because at least they could, dispel this a little bit better than I can with my thoroughly limited Polish. Abdallah, does that clear things up? So basically, he was less hawkish on the F-16 deliveries than, say, the Dutch defense or foreign ministers last week.
Well, thank you so much. That's perfect. That's not what I heard. I was just listening. I was watching, local news, and exactly they said that the Poland is ready to send. It's totally the opposite of what the guy was. Oh gosh! Thank you so much for correcting that on the record. Here on this space, we're all about facts. Yeah. So just wanted to also, piggyback on that. What the U.S. president said yesterday. What should we make out of that? I know it was a yes or no question. I don't like when journalists just ask yes or no question. They should be able to ask, just in what do you call open-ended question, just to see what the president's thinking is. Thanks.
Oh goodness, I don't even know what the question was. I don't think Biden knew what the question was. The way it's there's two questions. It's poorly audible, and there's the operative word "soon" in there. And I suspect, Abdallah, that the answer is somewhere along the lines: it won't be us. It will be the Dutch, the Norwegians, and the Danes transferring F-16s, and it certainly won't be us soon. So I think that's the real answer to all of those questions. That it's no, we will not be the ones delivering the F-16s. That's probably the correct answer.
Perfect. Yeah, we also here in the UAE we're replacing some of our fighter jets, so maybe the United States can pressure our government to give away some of our aging fleets of F-16s and all that. I hope that's possible.
Yeah, I think they'd be exceedingly useful in Ukrainian service. So that's what I'd suggest.
Thank you so much, Domin. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Abdallah. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how it goes. There's a lot of detail to power through, to work through. Otherwise, who knows where we're all going to end up. on the point of lots of detail, Luca, has the SAMPT been officially confirmed? Because like for 4 times now, I've heard that the Italian government is sending the SAMPT, and I still don't understand the details of it.
Officially confirmed.
Excellent. And going to Ukraine, not to Slovakia, right?
I never heard about Slovakia. Was there like a
I
plan to
did.
send it to Slovakia?
Yes. So at some point there was a plan to send the SAMPT battery, it's about a week or 2 ago, to send the SAMPT battery to Slovakia, because then Slovakia could send the Patriot battery to Ukraine somehow, which it doesn't have yet. I don't know. Something like this.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, yeah, no. What we hear, like you mentioned several times, because it's not just the Italians, right? I think the French had to be involved in that deal because it's like a joint system. They both stated that it's going, Italians and French.
Yes, French are involved also. And yes, the one I've seen the confirmation yesterday for the SAMPT for the delivery to Ukraine. I can search for the article, whatever. But there are
Ivana,
some other.
was there a breakdown between which parts are going to be French and which parts are going to be Italian?
No, I don't remember this, but I can search for it.
Because the initial plan was some of the bits are going to be Italian, some of the bits are going to be French, it was specified. But that was like the first leak many months ago. And I'm just curious if that ever came to be. I remember, it was reported a few weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago or so, in the Rivista Italiana Difesa, that it's been, according to their sources, it's been decided. And then I tweeted, the Rivista Italiana Difesa says SAMPT going to Ukraine, linked to article. And then there was some Italians saying, no way, why are you spreading fake news? There is definitely not going. What is up with you? Thinking, well, I don't know. Ask the Italian Defense Journal who posted it. I don't know.
I don't know if it's typical Italian messiness that to add to the fog of war. So now suddenly, like, bureaucratic messiness actually turning into like a strategic advantage, or if it's just simply typical Italian messiness. But there were lots of stories like this about the what was it, the M109 and the PZHs, and then they ended up there. Somehow they showed up. So I don't know. Maybe it's the same stuff, the same approach.
Could be. Everything is officially denied until it's there. I mean, it would make perfect sense, right? At the end of the day, what else are what else have they done ever since Meloni got into office? For sure, anything that hasn't been publicized, or sorry, anything that has been publicized going to Ukraine. I don't think anything's been actually done public except for now the SAMPT, right?
Yes, exactly. And again, don't get me started, because it's also a matter of like public opinion. There were some polls there, and there was still a large part of the Italian electorate hoping for like a quick resolution, even if that means through negotiation. So I think, and again, this adds to the fact that like what Meloni government has been doing is somewhat remarkable, because it has to contend with effectively a split public opinion. So I don't know. I think they've been doing pretty good, given the current situation in Italy.
Luca, has the fact that energy prices didn't go anywhere like the more pessimistic predictions were saying, did that mean that the public opinion never turned the way that it was feared it was going to?
Oh, 100%. 100%. It was kind of funny because, like, when I was in Italy with Giulio, my son, we were like watching the TG, the telegiornale, and Giulio was kind of mad because Meloni took some credit from like the previous government, because let's not forget that like a lot of the stability in the Italian energy prices come from the fact that Draghi immediately, the previous prime minister, moved to strike deals with North African and Mediterranean countries to replace supplies of natural gas. And I mean, given the position where Italy is in the Mediterranean, it makes sense, and it was actually strategically a great move to do. And Meloni said something like, "Oh, because we did, we did save the Italian energy market," and then she said something. She didn't completely steal and take credit completely, but she said like, "Oh, where we closed all the agreements that like the previous government started." So even her, she had to acknowledge that Draghi effectively saved the day there, but at least they actually did close those deals. Some were probably actually signed last week even. So look, there is inflation, but there is inflation everywhere in the world. There is the inflation in the United States that has like effectively like energy surplus. So yes, the worst the worst scenario in terms of like inflation and energy inflation has been beaten out of Italy, and so yeah, that definitely helps stabilize the public opinion in a sense.
Excellent. And she went to Libya, right? If I remember correctly. Last couple
Yeah,
days.
the latest one was with Libya, but like don't forget that like they were also working on this. Like this is a longer term project as far as I understand, when we had the energy analyst here talking about it. But there was even a project, the project the European Union is also behind, with Azerbaijan and Turkey and even they're working with Israel and Lebanon. They share some gas fields. Like they are becoming really, really, really active in the Mediterranean. So actually, another thing I wanted to say is that in a sense, this also shows why we should not be scared of like the little dictator there in Moscow. Is that Italy is not the strongest country in the European Union. In fact, like its economy is pretty weak, and the industrial base has been struggling for years. And if even Italy could so quickly diversify away from
Exactly. And I, for one, am very glad that it is this way. And I, for one, am very glad that, myself and Papi and you, Luca, were all wrong about just how bad it's going to be under Meloni for Ukraine. It turned out far better than it could have been, and that's even with Salvini and Berlusconi's party still kind of protesting against it, right? And being somewhat vocal, sometimes more, sometimes less when it comes to help to Ukraine.
This is one case where actually I am happy to have been wrong.
All right. Thank you, Luca. I'm going to take my leave. I'm going to leave you in the hands of Ivana and Ryan. I've been around enough, and I'm running out of words. There's an allocation I get on a daily basis, and there's only so many I can use. All right.
Domen,
Enjoy
I
it.
salute
Go
you,
ahead,
and I'm
Luca.
going to step down too because I have a meeting. I actually have to get some work done on Pacific time now. Thank you.
Thank you, Domen. You are amazing.
Thank you, Domen. Sorry for my tardiness. He may have already taken his leave. And good
Yeah.
morning, Anna.
Hello, Ryan. Yeah, we were talking about the SAMT system from Italy, well, Italy and France earlier, and I wanted to add that I have some good news from France for Ukraine. Apparently, Ruslan Stefanchuk was in France, and he is the chairperson of the Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine, and he met with Macron. I even see a selfie with the two of them, where Macron looks kind of squeezed because there is a sensible difference between the two of them. So yeah, the photo is quite funny. I invite you to look for it. But anyway, the good news is that France will deliver to Ukraine some more things, which are very important. First of all, the César or Caesars, how do you want to call them? The Howitzers. 12 new Howitzers will go to Ukraine. Then will be a very powerful radar, GM200 from Thales, which is really, really good. And ammunition. And apparently the Ukrainians are very happy with what France sent them. They say that, for example, Crotal has a success rate of 100%. And during the visit, there was also an explanation why France will not give the Mirage planes to Ukraine, and I can give it to you. They have like 10 planes were withdrawn from service, and they cannot be mobilized apparently because they no longer have air-to-air missiles. And the Air Force has 27 Mirage 2005, which must be retired. But they are very few, and apparently this would impact the French army. So basically, it is a no for Mirage, but maybe Rafale, we don't know. So yeah, and that's what I wanted to add. To you, Ryan.
Thank you very much. I was just thinking about those Caesar guns and wondering if Ukraine was going to name theirs the Thousand Island. That's a bad salad dressing joke. Never mind.
Yeah, I understand. I don't know. You know, Caesar salad is a kind of distinguishable. You know, I believe that when Caesars are firing, what they are hitting is really undistinguishable. So I don't know if it's a good thing, but maybe why not?
Well, we'd have to come up with an American artillery gun and name it the Ranch, and that would just be too complicated because we already have the Paladins.
Yes, and I believe there are some senators that are coming from Canada.
Yeah, we need some Canadians up here. I want to berate somebody for only sending 4 Leopards.
Yeah, so a lot of there is a lot of zoology in the weapons that are sent. I know that there are a lot, but I think the best ones are Danas and Susanas, because well, girls are the best.
Okay, we're being bombarded with speaker requests here. I hope it's in response to my salad dressing joke. Heather can go first.
I'm a Canadian. We only sent 4 Leopards because we only have 8. No, that's a bad joke. Our military got neutered back in the 80s by yeah, our military got neutered back in the 80s, and we don't have what we used to have. We certainly like. I'm glad we sent 4, but and I don't honestly know how many we have without looking it up. But yeah, we don't have the military that we used to have, and yeah, and we have 1,000 islands here in Canada, Ryan. So that's all. Just we don't really have much of a military. I mean, it used to be much more robust than it is now. Now, if Battle Moose or somebody that is actually in the military now, wants to speak on that. They would probably give you an actual, this is just opinion. I'm old enough to remember when when dissolved our Royal Force, Royal Canadian, and lumped it up with their Canadian parents were
Is it me or we
I
are
think
losing
she's.
Heather?
I think she's breaking up.
Heather, we cannot hear you. Maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Search for a better spot, please.
Yeah, Heather, you're breaking up.
Okay, it's probably my headset, and I don't know how to turn them off. So thanks.
Thank you, Heather. And in Canada's defense, you do have an expeditionary force that follows the U.S. around the world. So you do utilize your equipment. It's not like it's just sitting in a warehouse like the Germans. So I'll give you a pass. I just wanted to rip on the combat trash panda if he was around. Marcus, go ahead.
Ryan, as a Canadian, as a former Army officer, as a former defense person working in the upper echelon at National Defense Headquarters and all that good stuff. So yeah, so we gave 4. Am I happy about that? Hell no. One of the issues that I have is this whole revitalization of the industrial base that is going to have to take place. And of course, we're your northern border. We put a privacy hedge up all across the border rather than a wall. And we are very much interoperable with the American forces, be it Army, Navy, and Air Force. Of course, we are co-signatories to NORAD, and we have our Canadians down there. I think really right now the point that Heather brought up about Canadian forces being neutered, we, as everybody did after the Berlin Wall came down, all of the nations took their peace dividend, thinking that they didn't have to make investments in the military. So all of us have suffered to a certain degree where we have lots of need, but we don't have the political willpower to spend the money on the investments that are necessary. And of course, if you're building a frigate, if you're building aircraft, if you're building tanks, armored vehicles, it takes years from the time you do your statement of requirement, you go through the bidding process, you go through the procurement, you go through the trialing, the acceptance, and it takes years before you actually get that vehicle or plane or ship into service. So I think, can Canada do better? Oh, certainly. I'm sure that we could. Are we facing an existential threat in Canada? Quite frankly, having done Arctic sovereignty operations up north, if the Russians want boys, because that will kill you. It is absolutely horrific if you were trying to fight in that area. Now, for sovereignty reasons, of course, we do keep a presence up there. But it is such a harsh climate that if you put an infanteer out there, he's going to freeze pretty quickly, or the environment will just kill him. So, all to say, I am disappointed that it was only 4 tanks, but we have supplied a lot of other stuff to Ukraine. We have also, along with our US and other European allies, been training Ukrainian soldiers since 2015. And I think a lot of that training that was done by the NATO countries has certainly increased their fight. against the Russians because they were under the old Soviet doctrine. They thought the same way, but now they are performing far better, far more aligned in a lot of cases to the NATO standards. And the training is going on at the moment in all sorts of NATO countries to get them prepared. And it's not like the training we would have done in the military where you would have had a couple of days off here and there. They're at it 24/7, just go, 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 to develop the skills that are required to be able to accept and use the kit that is going to be coming there and has already been funneled in through European countries into Ukraine. So 4, not much, but with everybody else giving little bits and pieces, I look upon it like the drop in the barrels. Everybody gives just one drop, we can fill that barrel. So any commitment is better than no commitment.
Well,
Go ahead.
one last thing in support of Canada. You guys and girls were there with Op Unifier years before the U.S.
We were
jumped in, or at least in stronger support than the U.S. was with their National Guard affiliation. So hats off to both Canada and the UK for their support.
Yeah, we also had a mission over there where we were training the police as well. Because the police in the old days...
Is that what the deal is? I wondered why the Ukrainian police were so nice, and now it all makes sense.
They've come a long way, and they had to, because if we look at the corruption in Russia, which is absolutely corrupt, all of the social services or the any of the government services are as corrupt as the day is long, and of course that mentality of the old Eastern Bloc countries. So they had to change their ways, and thank heavens they did, and thank heavens it wasn't just Canada; it was Sweden as well who was in there helping to train the police. So if people cannot have faith in their police, as a society, they're in a world of hurt. So thank God that improvement was made. I've spent many months and years in Ukraine. And I remember when I first went there, people said, "Oh, if you get stopped by a cop on the road, you're going to have to pay a bribe." And I got stopped. Nope, no bribes, no intimidation, no nothing. It was just, don't speed. And I said, okay, I won't. And off I went. So
exactly the same experience. I got stopped by 3 separate police officers in 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
I was never asked for a bribe. One of the police officers, who was very close to the front that particular day, did search our car pretty thoroughly. And when he realized I had an entire bag full of antibiotics and some liquid stitches,
mm-hmm.
he asked for some of the antibiotics, and I politely declined.
Mm-hmm.
For one, because I didn't know which antibiotics treated what ailment, so they would have been useless to give to him. And they were also promised to another physician in Ukraine, so I wasn't going to show up empty-handed for them. But I did give the guy one of the liquid stitches pins and a beanie. The other 2 officers, I didn't give anything whatsoever, and they were all extremely professional. I didn't feel like I was bribing the police officer that I did give the liquid stitches to. He appeared to have legitimate need given the area he was in. And he was actually fairly polite considering the fact that I had 2 empty shoulder-fired rocket launcher tubes in the car that I was traveling in that day. So could have gone a lot worse.
Whenever I travel, it doesn't matter where I go, I have enough friends who are in the police services that I always grab patches from them. They're little uniform patches, and just hand them out to the cops. There's, hey, anybody who collects these, here, take this. It's from Canada, and they certainly appreciate the interaction. In that
exactly. The beanie I gave to that officer that day was actually from the Oklahoma National Guard, and he was very appreciative when I gave it to him. He didn't believe, I think, that I was giving it to him as a matter of fact, but I happened to traveling with a Ukrainian military officer that day. So I think the extended search of our vehicle was more of a precautionary measure because we did have what appeared to be munitions in the car, even though they were just empty tubes.
Yeah, we had that discussion, I think, a couple of weeks ago, but my buddy, the Padre from the Oklahoma National Guard, who was over in Unifier with the Yanks. Yeah. The other thing about Canada's supply stuff is, we have given a bunch of the LAVs, the armored vehicles. We have been supplying Ukraine with all sorts of stuff since 2015 that has been put to very good use. A lot of the in the early days when their snipers were being trained, we provided equipment to them. We just don't have a lot of big ticket items like that. We just don't have a lot of big ticket items like that. So we.
Fair enough. Well, I wanted to rip on Battle Moose a little bit over the 4 tanks sent by Canada, and instead I had 2 extremely collegial Canadians come up and make me feel bad about ripping on Canada at all. So now I don't know what to do.
That's okay. That's what we do to our American cousins.
Kill us with kindness.
Kill them with kindness. Absolutely. That's why you put the privacy hedge up between the border.
So I just checked. I just checked what Canada will deliver to Ukraine after the last Ramstein, and it's 200 senators and 1 NASAM, which is amazing. And can you talk a little bit about the senators? Because I've seen them, they are impressive, but I don't know anything about the military capabilities.
Yeah, the senators are an armored vehicle. It's a company out of Toronto that manufactures these things, and for years and years, they were producing armored vehicles for a security company, Garda, who go and collect money from banks and all that sort of stuff. And there was a wonderful story. I must see if I can dig it out and I'll post it to my Twitter. That was done by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. A little story about that company. And in the company, they have some Ukrainians who are working there as welders. And these guys are just so happy to be working on the production line on a vehicle that is going to work with the Ukrainian armed forces. Now, I know that prior to Canada offering the 200, they did supply, I'm going to say 10, just I think it was a low number like that. But other European countries had got together and they had purchased a bunch of them for Ukraine. So those ones were already on the way over there. So I think this is the 200 is in addition to the 10 that were already off there. But the LAVs, I've already seen the light armored vehicles made by GM Diesel Division. I've already seen those things and some videos of those, either in Ukraine or folks being trained up on them as they're destined to Ukraine. But the Senator is a nice little vehicle, easy to drive. It's a commercial platform, so interior, the engine parts are easy to get. Easy to maintain, and it's got good crew protection in the back. So when we're going to enter into that phase of a high mobility, flexible war, when we've got tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and having these vehicles there as well will help in that mobility and the shock and awe, hopefully, that is going to be inflicted upon the Russians as a result.
Yes, I think those senators will be very useful because the Ukrainians always say that they need more armored vehicles, and I think they can use it for their um, small groups that are moving in and out from the battle zone or for other needs. So I think they are a good addition, and I'm going to be looking for all the military aid provided by Canada. In the meantime, I see Donnie has the hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted
Donnie.
to go further into the senator. We were looking into it. It seems to have a Ford F-450 power plant, power stroke 6.2 diesel. It's basically based on the Super Duty heavy pickup truck, just super up armored. Comes at different lengths, so you can have like up to, some vehicles can hold up to 12. But of course, they wouldn't be as fast as. So I don't know which version they're getting. And yeah, I think we gave them as well 32 Bisons, the Lavs, and 4 tanks, 200 Senators. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking on the list with the military aid provided by Canada, and there are some interesting things. The total value is about 1 billion. And for example, before the Braunstein meeting in November, they supplied, or they engaged to supply a $5 million aid in critical satellite imagery, and we know how important it is for the Ukrainian forces. Also, 18 million, dollars aid for high resolution drone cameras and winter uniforms and gear. I believe the number is 500,000. I see only the value here, $10 million. And there are some other things, for example, training. 40 combat engineers went to Poland in order to help with the training of Ukrainians. There are some other equipments, ammunition 155 that we know that Ukrainians use, charges for the M777, which also Canada provided to Ukraine before, and we know that Ukrainians are very happy with the M777s, and a lot more of things. Sometimes there are small things, but even if there are uniforms or drone cameras or satellite imagery, it is important, and it helps Ukrainians to orient and better fight on the battlefield. And I see we have hands. I don't know who was first, Marcus or Heather. I will go to Heather because it's more polite. Sorry, Marcus. Heather, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me any better, Joanna and Ryan?
I can hear you, but you still have some problems with Wi-Fi, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I do. I live in the middle of nowhere.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, when I was riffing on the Canadian military, and I said we only had 8 Leopard 2s, we have in fact 112. And Canada is the second largest country in the world, I believe. So if we ever have to protect ourselves, you know, we're spread kind of thin. So I'm happy that we're 4, and I'm happy with what we gave. I really didn't mean to sound mean about the military, because I have to be outside to talk to
I'm really sorry,
you.
Heather, but we are losing you again. I'm sorry. Yes, even 4 is important. Not only that, those 4 modern tanks will replace some other obsolete tanks that the Ukrainians have, or even be there for them when they do not have tanks, but also for sending a signal that Canada is in to help Ukraine. So as far as more countries are adding into the support, it is significant. And what do we know? If they send 4 now, maybe they will send another 4 later, and maybe another 40 in the future. We don't know. 4 is still 4 more than before, so it is okay. I'm really sorry for your Wi-Fi, Heather. Marcus,
It's
go ahead.
okay.
Oh, okay, Marcus.
Thanks for that. So, we being a very polite people, any of the stuff that is pointed at Russia, we have a little sign on it that says, sorry. Just kidding. We're always known for saying sorry, but in this case, I don't think we are. It is so vitally important that all nations support what is going on. And we've been at this since since Maidan and the fallout right after that. Canada has over 1.3 million people who identify their Ukrainian roots in the census that is done every 5 years. And I'm waiting to see the data from the latest one. It takes a couple of years before the data comes out. So I'm pretty sure that even discounting the Ukrainians who have come to Canada through the Canada-Ukraine Emergency Authorization to Travel visa, the natural 1.3 is probably grown to 1.4 million. And having such a strong diaspora here, everybody pays attention to it. And with the displaced peoples who have come to Canada, there are so many Ukrainian flags being flown across the country in places that you never would have expected. As an outpouring of support to people. Even in the little town that I live in, we have 6, and we're expecting a 7th Ukrainian family here. And I'm on the committee here, and we take good care of them and assist them in finding jobs and navigating the various governmental structures. And they're all settling in very, very nicely. So, if you're not supporting through trying to get things to Ukraine, at least people can support the Ukrainians who are in their own countries now, who have been displaced, who have left everything behind, and are trying to eke out a new living for themselves and for their families. So that's all I have for now. I have to sign off. I have some other work I got to get done, but I'll pop in later on.
Thank you, Marcus. Donnie?
Yeah,
Go
just on
ahead.
that note, the city of Toronto renamed a street that the Russian embassy in Toronto lives on. Is now Ukrainian Way. So every time Russians have to write their address, they have to write it Ukraine. So that's number one. Number two, I just this weekend I went out to dinner and met a couple from Odessa. I was wearing my St. Javelin shirt, so they wanted a picture and they thanked me for support. And they were quiet and didn't really want to. I didn't really want to poke or ask too many questions. But they just came this year, or last year, I should say. So yeah, we're doing all we can here. We can do more, but we're doing okay.
Yeah, thank you, Donnie. It is very important, even this support for the refugees. Maybe now we are not talking so much about it, but every country that receives Ukrainians and every family that receives Ukrainians and everyone who bring humanitarian help or help the refugee centers or things like this is doing an important job, because it's not easy to leave your country in the war and go to some other place. You maybe know somebody there or maybe even not so. And yeah, it is very important. I remember when the war started, and they were showing it on the television in Romania. I'm from Romania, by the way, for those who don't know. It was shown on television like 24 hours because we had teams in Ukraine. I believe we had 8 television teams at the beginning of the war, Then some of them went back because they were caught in the fire zone. But anyway, it was shown on TV, and we have seen what's happening, and it was so heartbreaking that everybody just tried to help. And then we have seen the refugees passing the border in several places, the border to Romania, in the north of the country or in the southeastern part. There they were coming from Odessa or even from Mariupol, and to see those families with kids and having nothing, maybe just their pets and the clothes which they have in the moment they had to leave. It was so impressive. So everybody who is helping refugees is doing an important, very important work, and it should be recognized as such. Sorry for being a little bit emotional. Anyway, I will look a little bit to the news. I see that it's kind of silent right now, and we had some news from different um, of different types. We had some political news and some military news and so on. So there was this talk about the planes. Nothing is decided yet. I've seen that Poland is pushing a little bit for the F-16. Netherlands said that if a request will be formally done, forward to them, they will consider it very open. They will be very open to consider it. So this is a good sign. And I truly believe that the next Rammstein on the Valentine's Day, it will be about planes. Ryan, what do you think about the next Rammstein? Will it be successful? I think the last one, even if it seems it seemed unsuccessful on the same day, the next day brought some very good news.
Exactly. I think everyone was disappointed immediately following Rammstein, but it started a conversation and got a ball rolling that eventually resulted in what everybody was hoping for. And I hope second Rammstein is exclusively focused on airframes. Or a Ukrainian Navy, either one. Those both sound good. But we can discuss additional tanks in the meantime. I think once the first round of 200 or so tanks hit the ground, everybody will be a lot more on board.
Yeah, I've seen estimation for the first round as being of 120, 140 tanks. I believe Reuters had the news about it. I can't search for it now, but I can do it later. So I truly hope that those tanks will be in Ukraine before the end of March. I don't know exactly the time frame. I know that everybody said about 2 months. The training is required and so on. But I believe when they brought in Germany or in Poland or in UK, when they brought soldiers for combined arms training, I believe that they did not just run alongside the tank. Maybe they just jumped a little bit in and familiarize with the commands and so on. So maybe the training will not last for 2 months. What do you think? And then I see Robin has his hand up.
I think if they're training Ukrainians who are already familiar with how to drive a tank, then they've just got to get them updated on the more modern control systems and the advanced battle tactics that they utilize for such an advanced piece of equipment. I suspect their training on those will go about as quickly as their artillery training did on the M777. They're not having to learn how to drive a car, they're just having to learn how to drive a really fancy car, and that's different. They already know how to drive. But Robin can go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I actually wanted to ask about something that we were talking about this morning. I've been at work and I've been out of touch. Is this a good time to change the topic for a minute, or should I try later?
No, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Doman put something up in the nest about that horrific PowerPoint, the Russian PowerPoint about what they were planning on doing when they took over Ukraine. I finally had a chance to look at it a little bit, and I was wondering, does anybody have any information about? It's a Telegram channel, which doesn't strike me as. I mean, that doesn't scream, reliability to me. Do you have any, or does anyone listening have any idea of what the where this came from?
It was leaked onto a Telegram channel, and veracity of information on a Telegram channel is always questionable. I'll give you credit there, but some stuff that leaks through Telegram comes through valid channels of information, and that's just how it makes its debut into the social media sphere. Telegram is extremely popular in both Ukraine and Russia. And Bellingcat even sources information from places like that. So while I can't speak to the authenticity of this slide deck that was put together or the PowerPoint presentation, I would say that its comprehensiveness is somewhat indicative of the fact that it might be authentic. And I can't imagine somebody, honestly, the diabolical intent of the information just kind of seemed like nobody could make up something so sick and twisted unless it was real. You can't imagine
that was
something so awful, and unless
I feel like that about a lot of what comes out of Russia, though. I guess, I mean, my concern is it's certainly, I'm quite happy to believe it because it sounds, it does really sound like what they were planning. But there's the confirmation bias thing. I mean, I'm hoping it's real only in that if it is real, that it will get some press and some of the doubters will finally understand what Ukraine is up against. But
what was really at stake here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were not trying to save the Russian speakers who they've bombed into oblivion in the meantime in the East anyway. Anyway, okay, thanks. I guess we just need to hang on and see where confirmation comes on in the next few days. Great, thanks very much.
Yeah, I think another thing that would lend some credibility to the report is that if somebody were going to go to all the trouble of fabricating a fake slide deck and attributing it to a Russian oligarch, they would have faked the few missing slides that couldn't be produced.
Good point. Yeah,
it may be completely fabricated. Who knows? I'm not going to say one way or the other, but the preponderance of the evidence, like, we already know this is what they were doing. Right. I don't want to lean too hard into my confirmation bias, but if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, it's probably a crooked Russian failed plan to invade their neighbor and subjugate a few million people.
Yeah. Well, that was my feeling too. Okay, good. Thanks.
I think Leeway was trying to get up. We've got Leeway in Latin American military. Whoever comes off mute first. Go.
Yeah, Latin was first.
Go ahead, Leeway. I'm good. I'll wait.
Leeway?
Don't everybody talk all at once.
Sorry. Okay. Hey, I just wanted to reinforce what Joanna said a little bit ago about the refugee situation. It's been kind of out of the headlines the last few months, while it was a big story back in March and April, and we're not hearing as much about it. And it's really important. And here I'm speaking to other Americans, and just want to kind of remind that we are doing, great guns with the weapons and other kinds of financial support for Ukraine, but we really don't have the greatest record with refugee support. Um, and I'm speaking as my mother and her family were refugees from Nazi Germany, and so it's something I've sort of tracked and watched. And so I'm not saying we should be ashamed as Americans. I'm just saying we need to recognize the kinds of support that is necessary all the way around, and that other countries and other people are often doing what they can. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for bringing that up, Leeway. Now that you mention it, I know specifically of a refugee center in Warsaw that's very near to a bus station there. I was directed there to go and pick up some food that they couldn't make use of. But I saw some people living in giant white tents myself, and sitting around large communal tables, almost like a barracks, eating food that had been forced from their homes and were now living with almost nothing in a country that was foreign to them, even if it was just one border away from their home. And the guy who ran the facility, who helped me load up all the food that they gave me to take to internally placed refugees in Ukraine, after we sat there and talked for 10 or so minutes when we had finished loading all the food, told me that his chief concern was that housing options were falling off for externally displaced refugees in Poland already and in other countries. And while they still had people coming to pick up refugees from their temporary shelter and find them new homes and help them get resettled throughout Europe, that support seemed to be dwindling, specifically in Poland, but he was afraid also outside of Poland. And his expectation was that they were going to have a second wave of refugees who wanted to leave the country or decided that it was time to leave the country shortly after Orthodox Christmas. He, in his own estimation, thought that a bunch of people were trying to hold out for the holidays so they could still be around family and friends, and that he expected the second wave of people to decide that it was an untenable living situation, and for them to come and show up at his shelter shortly after the first week of January. So I plan on going back to that place in a few weeks when I make it back to Europe. And I want to know personally if that second wave of refugees ever materialized. And I think you're exactly right. We're really good at handing out military support as Americans, but we could always do a better job on the humanitarian side. I happen to know a guy who's in the property development business who lives in Warsaw. He donated surplus civilian vehicle. It was a RAV4 to the folks with Renegade Relief, and it was used by a guy who was teaching Ukrainians how to perform mine clearing. But he mentioned the day that he handed me the keys to the car that he had some properties in and around Warsaw that could be utilized for refugee residential space. So I need to put him in touch with the folks at the refugee center, but I want to go back and talk to them and see for myself if they're still overwhelmed with people, or if they became overwhelmed with people again like they were in the first months of the war. I've been rambling now, so Latin American, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Just a couple of things. Thanks for mentioning that stuff about refugees. Actually, my wife and I recently got together with somebody who's become a friend, and her young son came from Ukraine last year. Her husband is still over there working. And yeah, when you hear the personal stories, the personal experiences, it really makes you understand why we're here talking about this. It's pretty powerful. And before I forget, Ryan, I think it might have been you a while back that I was talking with when Nurse Anna was on, and I think it was you that mentioned something about was it you that had delivered scrubs to or had seen that at
Yep.
a hospital?
Yep.
Okay, good. Because my wife has put together a little pile of scrubs, so we're trying to figure out a way to. I know Anna's really busy, so I've DM'd her, and so I know when she doesn't get back to me, it's because she's totally swamped. But I don't know if you have any input on that or any involvement. We do have a little pile of scrubs that we can try and get somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
If we
You
can DM you.
may, yeah, DM me. If you, we took a few cases of pharmaceuticals and you name it, everything we could think of that this hospital would need, and we took them there and gave them advanced instructions that they could take anything and everything they absolutely needed, but to not take any more, like not to just take stuff on the expectation that they would need it, because everything they didn't utilize, we were going to take down to a hospital much closer to the front near Bakhmut. And they meticulously went through everything and were, very judicious in what they picked and what they didn't. It was a large hospital treating a whole bunch of injured people. But one of the things they snapped up really quick was scrubs that had been, cleaned and prepped, and they were sealed up in it was pretty much like OR prep stuff. So they were sealed up, hopefully in a manner that kept them sterile. And they grabbed those, definitely. So I'm sure they could make use of them, and I can get them where they need to be.
Okay, I know Nurse Anna was telling me that because we're in Canada, so she was trying to figure out if there was somebody. You're in the States, right? Like Ryan, I think you're in the States. You're in the U.S.
Yeah, correct. I'm in Oklahoma.
Okay. So we'll have to try. I'll stay in touch with her, and you maybe we'll try and figure out something for. She said she knew somebody that might be going to take stuff from Canada, so we were going to try and hook up with them. Okay, can I just mention something quickly on the equipment front?
Yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
Sorry, I was
okay. So we're good. Okay, I'll just go ahead. The update was that the Ukrainian defense minister had met with and was in France today, and he met with the minister of defense there, and I think he met with President Macron. And for anybody who hadn't heard, because the update came out a little earlier in the afternoon, they confirmed that they had spoken about pilot training for Ukrainian personnel on French aircraft. So this seems to be something that is actually possible. That training and providing of French aircraft is a possibility. And earlier in the day, we had been talking about some of the possibilities there. But the little bit of information that I picked up on this afternoon as I was digging around was that there is another possibility as a source for one of the French type of aircraft that could be provided, and that's from Greece. Greece replaced a batch of the aircraft in question is called the Mirage 2000, and apparently they returned those aircraft to France, and they are operational aircraft. And they, by the way, have the interesting addition of having anti-ship missile capability, which not too many Mirage 2000s have. And that is something that I'm sure that if Ukrainians looked at it, they would be thinking that that's something we might want to get a hold of. So it's part of the bigger picture, the F-16s and NATO, and hopefully Americans proving that. But I do think that things are moving in a positive direction there. Whether they, in the end, involve French aircraft, it's hard to say for sure right now, but it is possible.
Well, that's certainly good news. We have like 13 more days until Ramstein. So let's hope that until then this will become even more clear than it is now, and that Ukraine will receive the fighter jets that it needs in order to um, help with the combined arm operations. I'm not a military expert, so it's very difficult to say things like this. But I understood that planes are essential to protect the forces on the ground. I even have an article on this. I will search for it and find it, and maybe read something about it to you.
You sound like a fugitive from the law right now, not a military expert.
Thank you. This is a compliment, I think.
It was intended as such. Latin America. Sorry, I got cut off mid conversation there by a slew of phone calls, so I don't know where we left off, but feel free to reach out to me in DMs and we will get that squared away, figure out what's cheapest, sending it to Anna or myself, and I'm sure we can get it shuttled over.
Okay, will do.
Scrubs don't take up much space, and I'll have a lot of extra room in my luggage this time around. So
when you will go back to Ukraine, Ryan?
late February, just under a month now.
Okay, send us pictures with the F-16 and Mirages.
Actually saw an airframe traveling down the road here on the highway in the US the other day, and it was wrapped up under a tarp, but it was a dual engine fighter of some kind, and I don't know if it was new build or if it was an old skeleton they pulled out of the desert in Arizona and we're just driving it through here. But I don't know enough about airframes and their shapes to tell just by the silhouette. And it was, like I said, it was wrapped in tarps. So I hope that was headed somewhere to Europe. Go ahead.
Ryan, just a quick question for you that I forgot to ask before. Just before I came up, I had been disconnected, quickly came back up, and heard you say something about airframes in the same sentence as tanks. So I don't know if there was some news that was out there on aircraft.
No news yet. She was hoping I could send some pictures of aircraft when I went back to Europe. If I see anything, I probably won't talk about it because I don't want anybody knowing anything before. I'm not going to be breaking any news like that. That's for sure. That's exactly the wrong kind of attention that I don't want to attract. But yeah, if we hear something, we'll be happy to report it here on MriyaReport. I just posted a picture of the HIMARS I saw about 3 days ago, and as much as I wanted to tell everybody that I saw that while I was in Ukraine, I figured it would probably be better if I waited until I'd been home for about a month before I posted any pictures of HIMARS, because then nobody can accuse me of putting Ukrainian troops or tactics at risk.
Okay, so I found the article I was talking about is from Bloomberg, sorry, and the title is Ukraine desperately needed tanks, now it needs planes. The subtitle is Infantry is still the queen of the battlefield, but modern warfare demands both mechanized forces and air support. And you can see it on Bloomberg, but I will read just a paragraph from it in order not to be very long. It's mostly about tanks and how to use them to punch the Russian front lines. But the paragraph concerning the planes is that other aspect of the new armored forces is important. The arrival of the tanks immediately begs for more combat aircraft overhead. Particularly in Bloomberg's opinion, MiG-29s and F-16s. So far, the West held off supplying aircraft, but the debate is going to heat up soon, despite United States President Joe Biden's comment on Monday that doing so was not practical enough. So I don't have the reference. I know that he was asked if the United States will send F-16s to Ukraine, and he answered no. But in a phrase like this, every word is important. For example, the F-16s will most probably be provided from European countries, and maybe United States has in mind another type of aircraft for Ukraine. So we don't know yet. The talks are going on. So from the article again, while the addition of the tanks is crucial, combat air power may ultimately be decisive. So I invite you to read the article. Maybe I will even tweet it. It is quite important. It's talking more about mostly about tanks, but also it underlines the importance of combat airplanes.
Sorry about that. I was responding to some messages. Busy day today.
Yeah, busy day. No worry, Ryan. So, do you want to recheck the MOD update for today? I believe it addressed the critical space of Vuledar. I will be searching for it frantically.
It looks like Ukraine reported another 850 liquidated personnel, no tanks, 9 armored personnel vehicles, 1 artillery system, 1 MLRS, 1 UAV, 7 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 1 piece of special equipment. But I guess the big number there is 850 troops.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. Yesterday, the number was a little bit lower. It was in the range between 400 and 500, I think. But today, the number increased again. What is important to note is that I believe the 120,000 mark was reached on 21st of January or something like this. And right now, in 10 days, we have like 7,500 more troops that were liquidated. So it's going to be an average of about 20,000 per month. And yes, this is an interesting discussion, I think, Ryan. The first army that Russians prepared to invade Ukraine from Belarus and from Russia was of about 200,000 troops, something like this. And that army, that contract army, was practically liquidated during the first month of the war. They were a lot of KIA and of course wounded. So that contract army that was supposed to be more trained and more educated and having the capabilities was more than decimated. And then they gathered another army, the conscript army, the mobilized, the Mobics, and that army too was kind of trashed. Let's say it's so. We don't know exactly the number of Russian troops that are now in Ukraine, but apparently they are preparing to mobilize again, covertly mobilize again. So yeah, while the Russians are bragging that they have destroyed, I've seen a tweet, like 23 Ukrainian armies. In fact, they lost 2 armies until now. But let's go to MOD. So in the last 3 days, Russia has likely developed its probing attacks around the towns of Pavlivka and Vuhledar into a more concerted assault. In order to have image of this, Vuhledar is a little town of about 1,000 people southwest of Donetsk. And it is very interesting because if you draw a line from north to south, from Vuhledar to the sea, you are in Mariupol. So it is kind of interesting. The distance from there to Mariupol is about 84 to 90 kilometers, something like this. Okay, so I'll go on. The settlements lie 50 kilometers southwest of Donetsk city, and Russia previously used the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade in an unsuccessful assault on the same area in November 22. So we have seen some reports from military bloggers that this 155 Naval Infantry Brigade was practically destroyed in November there. They lost about half of their people. So I'll continue. Elements of the 155 are again involved as a part of an at least brigade-size force, which has likely advanced several hundred meters beyond the small Kashlagach River, which marked the front line for several months. Sorry for my pronunciation. Russian commanders are likely aiming to develop a new axis of advance into Ukrainian-held Donetsk Oblast and to divert Ukrainian forces from the heavily contested Bakhmut sector. There is a realistic possibility that Russia will continue to make local gains in the sector. However, it is unlikely that Russia has sufficient uncommitted troops in the area to achieve an operationally significant breakthrough. So basically what they are saying is that they will continue to fight in Vuhledar area, but in order to have really obtain a breakthrough, they do not seem to have the forces to do that. So this was the MOD update, the Ministry of
I hope the tanks that are coming will arrive sooner rather than later and help them liberate these areas of help them liberate these Ukrainian territories of Russian occupants. I think George is joining us.
Yes, he's joining us.
Is that our George?
Indeed.
Hello, guys. I'm gonna be in a bad spot for about.
For about right
He's
now?
in a bad spot. So about
we see you're
Bakhmut,
in a bad spot, George.
yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, so about Bakhmut, the Russians are trying. Okay, George, go ahead.
I went ahead and muted him. George, we can't hear a word you're saying.
George, you are muted. If you want to speak, please unmute. In the meantime, I will finish my phrase. So the Russians are trying to get Bakhmut from the month of May last year, and they really tried with all the forces they had, including the Wagner group, from the 1st of August last year. So for 5 months, they practically managed to get some incremental gains in the area with heavy losses. And the Ukrainians fought with a lot of bravery in order to keep them there and to inflict those losses, because Bakhmut is not really a strategic point. There are some roads, 2 important highways in that area, but Bakhmut in itself, the city, is not really strategic. But the Ukrainian kept them there in order to fix them, and they managed to do so while preventing them to go and fight in another place. So this is finally an achievement for the Ukrainian, even if they had heavy losses. Also, I think George disappeared. I scared him, maybe.
Hopefully he's heading to a better coverage area. We'll see soon. In the meantime, it looks like there's only 4 people up here on the speaker panel. So if you're feeling nervous and you've been a long time listener and never come up and talked on the Maria Report before, now's your chance.
I'm with you.
Ayana's kind of mean, but I promise to make sure she's not too rude to any new speakers. Good afternoon. I guess good evening to you, Axel.
You are full of compliments, Ryan.
I was joking. She's nicer than I am.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Axel, hello.
Hi there. Sorry, yeah, I'm switching in and out between various calls. There's so much going on at the same time. Obviously, all of us, MriyaReport, then the many humanitarian organizations we support and help with, Maria Aid, Ripley's Heroes, and the likes. Everybody is exceptionally busy at this point in time. There's a lot going on in Ukraine, and a lot of good news coming out, which we'd like to make sure that it gets into the world. So bear with me if I'm not constant. I shall be accompanying you throughout the evening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the business in the background, or the operational responsibilities don't end, even though the discussion continues 24/7. So sometimes people like Axel have to wear 2 or 3 hats at once.
And I look silly enough with one hat.
Right? You've only got one head, so it gets complicated. If it's somebody like CJ with big ears, you can hang one off of each of your ears, but I was blessed with an incredibly large pumpkin head and regular sized ears, and then I went bald, so I'm a little bit gangly looking. A face made for radio, as they would say. JD, go ahead.
This may be inappropriate for this may be off topic, but I've been reading some about Greece not wanting to, or not, in their strategic view, giving leopards to Ukraine. And, I always believed that when you joined NATO, you had to agree that you didn't have any territorial disputes. Is the ethnic and historical grudges so bad that they would just attack each other? I don't know. I'm not European, and I don't know either side of the conflicts, but it seems to be affecting the defense of Ukraine. So I don't know. Can someone that's better acquainted with the dispute kind of shed some light on that?
You mean the dispute between Turkey and Greece?
Yeah.
Okay, well, both are member states within NATO since, 1952. So, and the war on Cyprus, as a consequence of lasting, shall we say, vibrancy of their dispute around certain islands and coastal areas, that war in Cyprus galvanized that effort. And So the dispute came after that. All right. So, which has made for two very ambiguous and very, shall we say, passive-aggressive, belligerent NATO members. NATO
Okay.
has thus far overcome this, but the purge which Erdogan created after what he considers to have been a putsch, and his purge of the military, which left about 5,200 Turkish officers, NCOs, and specialists across the whole army, because the armed forces were always perceived to be a correcting force in Turkey. If you remember, since Kemal Atatürk, the Turkish armed forces played a significant role in the then still existing, shall we say, laïcism, if we want to use the French approach, and order of society. Now, you can say what you like about it, but it had an impact as to how Turkey behaved itself as both a member of NATO as well as an open society, and say a society which allowed for religious minorities to live safely in Turkey. Now, that evidently came to, shall we say, that came to a startling halt with that purge, because these officers have been taken out. Many of them have been imprisoned. There were people, the Turkish army had a very decent reputation in terms of its fighting capability and its strategic integration into NATO. And Turkish officers all across Europe on different NATO assignments and different NATO bases were recalled, at times forcibly so. And not all of them reverted back to Turkey because they feared for their livelihood. Some of them had to go back because their families were literally taken as, hostage. So it has been a very, very difficult environment in which to coexist between Turkey and Greece. And I wouldn't blame necessarily the Greeks for it. Let's put it this way.
Well, thank you. I always love listening to the stream, the space, because I always learn something every time I do. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Sorry, I was trying to bring up George. Hopefully he's in a better spot right now.
I am in a better spot for about 30 seconds. Yeah, Axel, thank you for that. Axel, what's frustrating, Axel, is that
Tell me.
Is that Greece has said they're willing to give all their S-300s, which have ABM capabilities, right? Their version has ABM capabilities. All their intermediate Soviet surface-to-air systems, if someone just gives them a replacement, they've said that now for 3 months and no one has moved on that.
Well, there is someone in the White House who has a decision-making capability, bully pulpit and a pen.
Exactly, and all they're asking for, it's frustrating. They're asking for a Patriot and a NASAMS battery. That's what they're asking for, and they're willing to give multiple, and I'm talking about 4 to 6 S-300 batteries and at least 8 of the Tor systems. Yet no one has moved on that. None of Ukraine's allies have jumped to say.
And they are also willing to give tanks.
Exactly. If they get some kind of backfill. If Erdogan wasn't saber rattling, this things would have happened.
Well, you can give Erdogan some salt, and at the same time give the Greeks what they need.
Exactly. Yeah, I would love to see Menendez push through that F-16 parts embargo and then see where he goes. And remember, isn't this the guy that jailed his primary competition on some blown up anti-Turkish law BS, and that was the mayor of Istanbul. Isn't he in prison right now?
Yes, I think he is.
Hey, JD Knight, you got a hot mic there, brother.
Oh, sorry. I just waiting. I'll mute it until I can get in. Thanks.
George?
Yeah, it's just frustrating for us because we want to help, but we also don't want to have our pants down around our ankles either.
Yes, it is. So should we go to JD?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a follow-up question on what was just mentioned. Do we have the Patriot and NASAM batteries, or would the Greeks accept if we deployed like American troops in Greece to man?
No, that doesn't help. That's not what's helping. What George says is they want a specific version of air defense. The problem in Greece is that they constantly have to, it's a real burden on the Greeks. They constantly have to be out and about with their aircraft and cycle up because the Turkish Air Force is doing sortie after sortie after sortie. And they do this in full combat fashion, as if essentially there was war going on. And they do this in order to provoke. And the Turks just simply want to be able to have an air defense they want to have an air defense out so that they can mark them and make sure that the other side can't move or feels deterred. And for that, they need to have these batteries. That's completely simple. It doesn't help with any kind of ground troops.
No, I was talking about American Patriot batteries and, that are owned by the United States to fill in the gap until Patriot batteries are available and can be shipped to them. I imagine that that they may be in short supply, just to be, exported versus American forces probably already in Europe or in the United States may have them.
Yeah, no, there is no short supply. Sorry.
Oh,
That's
there
the whole
is?
point. No, there is no short supply. There's a sufficient amount of Patriot batteries available. It's not perfect. Yes, of course, we should always have more, but there's a sufficient amount of Patriot batteries available generally. It's just a matter of how to organize, and they're very expensive. So, and what Greece is asking for is not much, actually, in the whole context of things. It makes a great amount of sense because Greece would be willing to give other kit, which is extremely valuable and important at this point in time, over to Ukraine. So this really is just a trade-off. It's it's a backfill. Greece gives something which Ukraine definitely needs and wants, and Greece is able to do so if they feel comfortable that they are safe on the other end. It's not a bad trade. On the contrary, it's a very good trade.
JD, any follow-up?
No, that answered my question. I was just assuming that since we've been deploying and shifting around Patriot batteries that are newly manufactured, that like everything else, there would be a shortage of them. But since there's not, that makes sense just to provide it to them. I don't know why they wouldn't be. So that answered my question.
Yeah, it's all political concerns, slow-moving bureaucrats, risk-averse think tankers, and differently educated people.
Well, that no one ever said the human race was really had it was really firing on all cylinders at the same time. So
You just said it. You just said it, mate. That's exactly it.
Yes, and on this note, I see Latin has come back. So Latin, please.
Just to add to this, and George, I hope you're still there, that you can hear me, because it's another thing to keep an eye on. Great. Another thing to keep an eye on potential donation or whatever transfer of equipment from Greece is, I mentioned earlier that, well, the first one is not in their hands anymore, because they were the Mirage 2000s that were transferred as part of the Rafale deal. So they're back in France, and that could be part of what is being discussed between France and Ukraine. But also, I think we can tentatively add Greece to the list of potential F-16 sources, because some of their older F-16s are their retirement is imminent. I think they're being replaced with more Rafales. So that is something that that will be one to watch. It could, and I think that if NATO were to help out with NATO or whatever manufacturer they're dealing with were to help out in expediting that, we could see a transfer happening there. It's just possible. Just throwing it out there.
Well, thank you, Latin. George?
Yeah, Len's correct. That their original F-16 aircraft they have, those because of what Axel has spoken about, and this has been going on for years. More lately with Erdogan, the Turkish Air Force sorties, into Greek airspace. Those older Greek airframes have come to pretty much the conclusion of their existence on our planet. So, you know, uh, would they? Do they have another year or two in them? Probably, and I guess they would be willing to give those to Ukraine as an interim till Ukraine after the war gets a even more modern kit. But these are pretty decent aircraft, because I don't think Greece has anything that's Latin that's less than a Block 50. So that means the radars go out to about 165, 170 kilometers. So that's pretty good.
Well, actually, now that you mentioned that, the ones that they would be in a position that they're going to be retiring very soon, I think that process may have even started already, is they're actually Block 30s. So yeah, what's left is, but they have a record, a pretty good record of upgrading just about everything they get. And the ones that I don't think, yeah, you weren't there when I mentioned the Mirage 2000s, but the ones that were part of the Rafale deal that ended up back in France actually are pretty unique in that they are capable of carrying anti-ship missiles, and whether those are available, that's another question. But it would probably be something that the Ukrainians would look at and think that's an interesting capability. But those are the Mirage 2000s, and they're back in France now. And then in Greece, we're very close to or at the point where they're getting rid of their Block 30s, their oldest F-16s.
Yeah, hey Latin, those Block 30s. I'm gonna get back to you, but I think those original Block 30s were brought up to Block 50 standard several years ago. They were upgraded, but they still are the original airframes, though.
The important thing is that they're CD models, so they can carry AMRAAM, and that is what, from the Ukrainian pilot's point of view, is that's what they want. They want that weapon, an aircraft that can carry that weapon.
And Greece is going to get F-35, so I don't know how much of their F-16s. I know they have the newest version, the Block 70/72. So I don't know how much of their older aircraft they'll keep if they're getting F-35s. I don't know how many.
They're being upgraded. to an ASA radar. They're going to, yeah, some of those 50 blocks are going to have for a while. So unfortunately, won't be available for Ukraine. So we're looking at a batch of potentially, I think the total number between single and two-seaters of the Block 30s would be I know it's 28 single-seaters. Anyways, it takes it to over 30. And I know that Greek maintenance standards are pretty good because those aircraft fly a lot. So it's a potentially significant source when you add it to what may be coming from the rest of NATO. We're going to see all of this hopefully come together in a couple of weeks.
Okay, sorry about the silence. I was scanning for some news. Unfortunately, I can't add something to the discussion between about the problems between Greece and Turkey and the possibility of replacing parts of the aviation with the more modern planes. So sorry, it's very difficult for me. I was just looking at the update of what's happening on the front from Noel, and it's kind of interesting. So I will tell some of it to you, not all of it because it's quite long. It's interesting how he phrases something about Zaporozhye. He says that after the internet offensive last week, that was intended to pull away the Ukrainian troops from this front, things are calmed there. So nothing very significant happened on the Zaporozhye front. So I remember that there were talks about a large offensive, Russian offensive in Zaporozhye last week, but in fact the Ukrainians managed to push back the Russians, and practically they didn't gain anything with this offensive. The purpose of this offensive was just to fix some Ukrainian forces there in order for them not to be in some other places. In the Marinka-Avdiivka line, Russian troops launched an attack today, but there are no significant changes of the lines. Also in Soledar, the Russian troops tried to expand their gains to the north, but as of now, it doesn't seem that they managed to do this, and fighting continues there towards Mykolaiivka and Rozdolivka. In Bakhmut, the Russian troops have reached the cemetery, apparently in the south of the town, and they tried to attack on Ivanivske, but this attack was repelled. And they moved a little bit to the east and to the north. And Krasnahora appears to be under Russian control, but it's still unconfirmed. In Vuhledar, no changes. The Russian troops tried to advance in that area of Mikilske, but that area is covered by the Ukrainian artillery, so they didn't manage to have any gains. They shelled Vuhledar today, aiming for the high-rise buildings. Let's remember that in Vuhledar there are still people. People are not evacuated from the town. It was a town of 10,000 people. Of course, probably there are much less now, but still there are people living in the town, and I've seen some very powerful explosions in some videos, and there are claims that the Russians used the TOS, which are thermobaric bombs. I don't know if there were or not, but the explosions were really awful. Okay, so in Svatove Kremina, which is very important because the Ukrainians managed to advance to the outskirts of Kremina in the last days. But right now, Serhiy Cherevatsky, who is the spokesman for the Ukraine's forces in the east, said that the Ukrainian offensive there slowed down, and basically they are just repelling the Russian attacks. So this is about the front lines. And also Noel talks about some international news. Apparently, the first wave of tanks that will arrive in Ukraine is about 140 tanks. But then will be another wave of tanks. I hope they will go to Ukraine soon. Some other things. There will be a new U.S. package of aid that is coming up. There was an announcement by the spokesperson of the White House about it. So we are looking forward to see what is in it because we don't have the details. France, as we talked before, will send 12 more Caesar howitzers and also munition for the Crotal and one radar from Thales. And also there is the SAMP system that is confirmed, but we have no timetable yet. Okay, so whatever. We know that Reznikov went to France to discuss about this and to discuss also about the fighter jets and France. French officials were open to discuss about the training of pilots, so maybe there is something there. About Greece, we talked, and basically this is pretty much what we have here. Also, the Ukrainian troops destroyed 5 light boats today in the region of the mouth of the river Dnipro. I guess the Russians tried to do something there, but they were destroyed. So that's what I have for now. I don't know. Oh, George, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, on the Thales, the GM-200 radars. So France is sending one, but Ukraine signed a contract. They didn't disclose how many, but those radars are really good because not they can be used for multiple purposes, including to tell you where rocket mortars and things of that are coming from, but also they can help detect low flying drones, stealthy drones, UAVs, things of that nature. They have a range of about 250 kilometers, which is really, really good for Ukraine. It would give them an early warning, if they can buy a sufficient number of these. So it would improve greatly the air defense of Ukraine. So it looks like they signed the contract, and of course that funding is coming, I believe, from a fund from the EU. So they've signed the contract, and there'll be more of those coming in, and that is a really, really good radar system. It's modern, not something old that was dusted off, that was put out like 30 years ago. So Ukraine's going to be definitely improving their ability to detect air threats in the near future.
We just lost you for a few seconds, George.
Yeah, I was saying that with this contract that's coming through EU funding that Ukraine signed with the company Thales, that they're going to be able to update and modernize their air defense and their capabilities to detect some of these newer threats, like these stupid Shahed drones and UAVs and things like that. GM200s have also been used as radars to detect where mortar and artillery fire is coming from. So it can be used in different aspects depending on which version you get. But they do have a range of 200 kilometers, 250 kilometers. So it's a very good asset for Ukraine to have.
Yes, indeed. And Ukraine is quite a big country, so they will probably need more of those systems. I understood that they are essential for that multi-layered approach of the air defense, because you can integrate different type of air defense systems and use the radars to coordinate the hits. As far as I understood, of course, I'm not a military expert, but as I understood, you can use the Gepards to target the drones, and you can use the IRIS-T system to target some type of missiles, and other systems like probably maybe in the future the Patriots to target the ballistic missiles, because those are very difficult to intercept. So it would be interesting to talk about this integration and multi-layered approach of the air defense. And also, if you have if you can help us with some details about the SAMP-T, I understood that is a very, very interesting system. It uses missiles that have two phases or something like this, and they are able to reach 4.5 Mach, if I'm not mistaken. So 4.5 the speed of sound. They are hypersonic, and maybe those will be able to intercept the most difficult missiles to intercept, like the Kinjas or K-22. I don't really know, so if
Yeah,
you can help.
the SAM-T, that system is on par with a Patriot and may actually have better anti-ballistic missile properties than the Patriot. I'm unfortunately, soon we may find out. And but that system uses, you're right, a rocket that has a booster section, and yeah, it's flying about average speed about 4.5, Mach 4.5, which is really fast. They've even clocked up at Mach 5 at certain points, and has a very good high altitude and range. And the radar that comes with it is again top notch. It's a joint French Italian design. Those coming into Ukraine will definitely upgrade their air defense capabilities.
Yes, and earlier Doman asked if I have the details to what systems are French and what are Italian, because the system that will be delivered to Ukraine is a cooperation between the two countries. And I tried to search on this, and it's very interesting because they are using in Italy and in France, they are using different trucks.
Yes, different. Yeah, the base is the truck that moves this equipment, that moves the radar, and the actual the launchers are different. I guess the French ones are based on a French truck system, and the Italians on the Italian one. But yeah, the radars on the system, I believe, are French, and the missiles are Italian. And yeah, in testing, it went beyond their expectations. So
yeah, I don't have the.
I was more excited about this system when it was announced over a month ago going into Ukraine than the Patriot, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so I don't have the info right now in front of me, but I remember that the missiles are Asper or something like this, ASPER, and
Yes.
The radar is Thales also.
Yes. It's Thales or Thales radar, and that radar, depending on what version they get, I think has like crazy range of like 300 or 350 kilometers. So, and a missile I think has like 110. So it's a really, really good system. And I believe they had announced one, and I think they've announced a second one. Is it two systems that are going, two batteries that are going, or is it still one? Because I heard that they were going to send a further second battery, but I wasn't sure on that.
Well, I'm not sure also because I have seen this information about two systems at one moment, but then when I read about this system, apparently it's based on two trucks or two big something, and I don't know if the information is about one system with two trucks or two systems.
No, it's each system comes with two trucks. No, I think I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to go digging, but I think but around the same time that United States sent that announced that Patriot missile batteries were going to go to Ukraine, Italy had announced that they were going to send a SAM-T, but I believe subsequently them and France have announced another battery, and I think one battery is 4 launchers on the SAM-T. So I might be mistaken; it might be 6, but if they get 2 batteries, that would be excellent because you know because of their radars and stuff, they can cover a lot of ground, and of course they could be integrated with the other radars, with the other systems, Patriots, NASAMS. They're all designed to be integrated to give you that multi-layered air defense that we're talking about. So that's a plus. It's going to be moving Ukraine away from Soviet era, old antiquated equipment to modern Western equipment. So it's definitely taking Ukraine, from the 1970s, 1980s into the 21st century. All in
Yes,
all, it's a win-win.
Yes, as I understood, the interception rate for cruise missiles is almost 100%, so it's really very, very high. And it's really high for ballistic missiles also. I don't have like the percentage, but it's amazing because ballistic missiles are known to be difficult to intercept. But this system, as well as the Patriot, apparently managed to do so.
Yeah, and that's why I'm perturbed that if someone, like we've discussed before, not to bring Greece back into it, but if Greece can send their stuff, I know it's older Soviet stuff, but the more the merrier, right? You can use some of the older Soviet stuff to hit the things that aren't as big as a threat, or something that they're capable of hitting, and save your better missile systems for the more crucial threats like ballistic missiles, Iskanders, and whatever else the Russians dig out of the basement.
Yes, let's hope that they will find the best basement when empty soon enough, because those missiles waves are really, really terror action practically, because they are targeting civilians. That shows how cowards they are, because they are not targeting army positions or military infrastructure or ammunition depots or whatever. They are just targeting cities and civilian infrastructure, because they cannot win on the battlefield. So they are just terrorizing the civilian population. And we were talking about refugees earlier. The Russians want this. The Russians want to flood Europe with Ukrainian refugees and create conditions in which the Ukrainian people cannot live and so on, that they brag about it on their propaganda channels. And it's unexcusable. And I do hope that when they will do the tribunal for the war crimes, they will take into account all those propaganda speakers that just instigate to genocide practically. So
Well, there is precedent. They hung Julius Streicher, so you know, uh, and I think maybe they've forgotten their history, but you know, their fate might not be exactly the same at the end of a rope, but you know, rotting in a cell. Hey, it's good enough for me because they should not be taking trips to any of our countries for vacation ever again.
yes, indeed, they are as much war criminals and as those who are
Who pull the
doing.
trigger?
Yes,
As those who
exactly.
pull the trigger. And remember, following orders, that was the sentence uttered by so many war criminals, you know, because remember, there was the initial, there was the major, the first Nuremberg trial, and then there were subsequent trials later on, including the one about the one that included the concentration camp guards and so on and so forth. I was following orders is not an excuse anymore, and that precedent was set in 1946, 47, 48, and 49. So that will not be an excuse for them to cower behind.
Yes, of course, there is no excuse for it.
Well, I'm going to drop off here, and I'll be listening in later on. But you know, uh, it's some days are more frustrating than others, and all we can do is try to keep the voice open for Ukraine. Donate what we can. If we can't do monetary donations, our time, a phone call here and there to your elected officials, whatever country you live in. If you're listening, please, if they start picking up the phone, their secretaries, and they know you on a first name basis, that's probably a good thing. Trust me.
Thank you, George, for being here with us and for your contribution. Thank you. So I see that we have spots available. So if you want to come up and speak, just push the microphone button to the left of your screen, and then you will have the heart plus button on the right, and you can raise your hand and we will listen to you and try to answer if you have questions. In the meantime, I will ask Ryan if he's seen something interesting lately. Ryan?
No, I'm actually just getting caught up on news for the day. I had to catch up on emails first, and now I'm on to news.
Okay. Let me know if you find something interesting. In the meantime, I found an article, I believe it was from New York Times, that is talking about the very dangerous people. Russia's convict fighters are heading home. So some convict fighters that were in the Wagner group managed to survive for the 6 months that were necessary to do their contract practically, and are coming back home, and they are military trained now, and sometimes they are coming with weapons, and apparently it doesn't look good for Russia. I had another article about the same thing yesterday, I think. I will try to search it. Anyway, you can imagine that these people will not be very happy returning home, and yeah, let's see how the situation develops. And I was looking also to a video from Russia today. It was from Novorossiysk. No, Novosibirsk. Sorry, I always don't know exactly what the pronunciation is very similar. So from Novosibirsk, and it was about people living in some houses that were really in a bad condition, and it was in the center of the city. Don't imagine it was a periphery or something like this. So basically, they were heating with the rooms with wood, with they would have the stoves. They did not have gas. The walls were practically leaning because the foundation was not good. It was cold. The conditions were really very poor, with no toilet and so on. And there was a lady that said, a Russian lady, that said that um, there is so much money that is spent on this war instead of just improving their life conditions. So maybe some people in Russia will wake up. And with that, I will welcome Alan to the panel. Hello, Alan.
Hi, Joanna. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing fine. It's difficult because in the evening, there are so many things to do, family and so on. So, yeah. But I'm fine, and I'm glad that I could be here, and I will pass it to you. Thank you very much that you are coming to help us. And yeah, I will
I
keep.
always enjoy hearing your voice, Joanna, and seeing you as co-host. And you can bring me up anytime. Just before I do come up, uh, Chancellor Schultz is in Brazil at the moment. Is that right?
Oh, I really don't know.
Okay, I'll see what I can find about that, and I'll bring that news with me when I come up as co-host.
Okay, so I'll step down now. Thank you, everybody, for your help. Charles left. He really helped me a lot. George, yeah, sorry, I'm kind of tired. So thank you, everybody, for your help, and I'm going to switch with Alan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayana. And welcome to the team, Alan. Ayana's been carrying the full weight of MriyaReport co-host duties the last half hour. I got preoccupied on a conference call. Sorry.
Ryan. Ryan. Glad to be up here with you. And I believe Chancellor Schultz is making a state visit to Brazil currently. I don't think the visit has gone according to plan, I guess is the way I would put it. Newly elected President Lula of Brazil, this is his second term as president in Brazil, has not been terribly supportive of sending armaments to Ukraine, from what I see. Others may know more than I do on this developing story, and I am going to scan the news for it. Meanwhile, Leonard, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, been extremely busy today, so I haven't had a chance to catch up with the development over in the eastern Ukraine. Is it possible maybe to go through what's going on there, or
Sure.
basically?
I'm preparing.
Sorry.
I was going to say, Leonard, your audio is just cutting in and out. But in terms of what is happening in Ukraine today, we do expect Chuck Farrer here at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So that's in 2.5 hours. And I would really rely on Chuck's analysis of the military situation in Ukraine today. I know that he has expressed some concern about a Russian buildup around Crimea. and we'll get news about that tonight when he comes up. Would you be able to come back and join us at that time? I know it's a little 2.5 hours is a long time.
I have after my normal work day, I've been preparing cars for delivery tomorrow. So in the evening, so I have another good 2 hours of preparing cars for shipment tomorrow. So I'll be up, no worries whatsoever. And I have four cars leaving tomorrow, and they're empty, and I don't have any goods to fill them with. Departure from Zurich. This time it's probably too late because I'm running out of time to pick up goods. But any generators or similar equipment from Zurich, I'm happy to receive it and straight to the Eastern Donetsk, the Eastern Ukraine. So.
And so, Leonard, do you have sufficient drivers for the cars? You say you have 4 cars ready to go, but they're not filled with supplies yet.
I have drivers. They are fueled up. They are checked. Everything is good, but they're empty, and that's a bit silly because empty cars going to Eastern Ukraine, they could have been filled with supplies, basically. If there's supplies available in when we drive through towards Lviv, we're probably happy to just pick it up and stuff them and drive further. We've done it before. We'll happy to do it again. So if people wants to, if anyone knows about goods to be shipped, they can DM me directly, and I will try to arrange it as soon as possible.
And so you would be able to make stops between, let's just say, Zurich and Lviv. So you go through Poland?
Yep.
Well, this is a shout out from Leonard. Anybody on that route, please DM Leonard so that he can fill these 4 cars with needed supplies. Humanitarian supplies, generators have been mentioned already by Leonard, but do you also transport medical supplies and that kind of thing?
Whatever is needed. 2 of them are flatbed pickup trucks, so they can take I think they can take 2,000 kilo load. So probably load them pretty good. Basically the usual list of what is needed over there. Everything from medical supplies to food and like not used clothes, but winter clothing for the troops. So happy to transport over.
Well, I hope those trucks get loaded, Leonard. And this is a good place to ask for listeners to send Leonard a DM if you're between Zurich and Lviv or in Poland, because that's the route that Leonard is going. And as he says, he would be so disappointed to drive 4 empty vehicles and a couple of them large flatbed trucks. I mean, these need to be loaded with supplies ASAP.
Yeah. The next batch of cars is leaving 9 o'clock tomorrow, but request for more cars, so there's probably going to be another shipment quite soon.
What route do you take through Poland, Leonard?
I forgot right now. I think we're going to go through Przemyśl border crossing over to Lviv, and I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
Google is my god.
Gotcha. Understood.
And usually it's not. If it takes an hour's detour to pick up goods, it's not a big deal. 1 hour is not a big deal.
Have you been in touch with anybody from Renegade Relief? I don't know what their current situation is, but they usually have. I mean, we constantly are bringing stuff in, and yeah, it makes no sense to bring an empty vehicle in through Poland if somebody's already coming that way.
I haven't had any time really to actively reach out to, because I don't know any, like if I have a phone number I can just message somebody, but I don't have a phone number to basically say.
Okay.
So if you
You're
have
with
it,
Blue
then
and Yellow, correct?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've all been in touch on Signal. It was probably 2 months ago, at least, back in November. But we all got in touch at one point with Axel in a communication as well. So let me reach out to you on Signal.
Yeah, that's good. I remember you. Don't worry. I will not forget.
Okay, perfect.
So
Yeah, Julia with Renegade Relief. She's Polish. She runs Funducha Lotor and Renegade Relief as well. But the Polish nonprofit she has is Lotor Foundation, and I think that's who she mostly coordinates and bundles up her humanitarian deliveries through.
yeah.
I moved about 10 tons of bulk food with her, for her, whatever you want to call it. But if she knows of anything, I know some other people are moving in medical supplies with some of her drivers as they rotate in and out through Poland. But yeah, I hate to see an empty vehicle move around. Deadheading is the least efficient way to do anything. So let me see if I can reach out to her and see what, if anything, they've got that we might be able to coordinate on, just so we don't have empty vehicles moving, and it saves everybody. If they don't drive an empty vehicle and they, help you with some of your fuel, it saves everybody in the end and makes things a lot more efficient.
I mean, why not? Exactly. I'm in contact with some of the drivers coming from Come Back Alive, but there was nothing there right now to shift over to Ukraine. So,
Okay.
but
yeah, and Come Back Alive has a pretty large warehouse space that's got a lot of security. They've been very gracious in offering storage facilities for some of the other smaller charities, just to make sure they've got a safe place, with 24-hour security and surveillance. So yeah, everybody tries to help everybody. If we all know that they're supporting Ukraine and they're, a charity organization on the up and up, but
yeah, they have such a they are so set up in their logistic chain that I will not help them. It's they are so set up. What I know.
yeah,
But
they're definitely not rookies at doing this.
no, no. What else? And yeah, I mean, for me, it's always hard to schedule and say, I will travel every second week or something like, because it depends on when there's a budget for cars and when I can get hold of cars. So
Exactly. Well, and that's one thing we talked about. Scheduled convoy time that some of the smaller orgs can group together and go through as one larger convoy. So maybe in the future we can work towards you guys joining in on that, and we can get across a specific border crossing much faster than we normally would.
Right now, I mean, I'm basically trying to suck the Swiss market dry on useful cars, because here, as a living here, it's fairly easy to get hold of like the documentation to get export plates, and it's non-EU cars, so I theoretically shouldn't need to deal with any of the EU border crossings. You never know when you meet a weird guy at the border, but Poland has been fine. Romania has been fine. Hungary has been horrible. That was expected.
Shocker.
So, so we'll see. We'll find out tomorrow when we try to cross the border. But
okay.
Yeah.
Yana has a question. I think she wanted to ask you to post a tweet so we could put it in the nest and get you some additional eyeballs.
Sure. I will do it when. Let me see. I have tweeted a couple of times. Shall I try to make a new one and then we can put it in the nest?
I'll leave that up to her.
Okay. Sure.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask. Just please make a tweet and explain that you have these cars and you need supplies to bring into Ukraine, and we can amplify it. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. I love that. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Otherwise, happy days.
Excellent. Yeah, I know there's people wanting to help and willing to help. I got a random message from somebody on WhatsApp while I was in Warsaw meeting Radek Sikorsky and his friends to pick up the vehicle. And it was a Ukrainian. He said, "Hey, do you speak Spanish?" Told him, "Well, Spanish is probably one of the only European languages I do speak." He's like, "Great, my dad is in a parking lot. He's going to come and meet you." I had no idea who this person was, but he shows up with a car hauler or like a tow truck that has a generator on wheels attached to the back of it, hands me an envelope with cash in it that's fuel money for the generator and an enormous generator just because he knew I was headed to Ukraine. And people are trying to do things as efficiently as possible. So I'm sure somebody has something that needs to go to.
And this is happening, but don't worry, we'll manage. That's the typical answer. Like there's absolutely no feeling of feeling sorry for or basically any mention
Yeah,
of that is unfair. Well,
there's no
get on.
moping around. It's just adapt, improvise, overcome. Um, I think everybody in Ukraine now has just modified their daily routine and behavior around not having power for a fixed amount of time during the day. And honestly, I don't think it's necessarily. I mean, it's inconvenient, but it's not a bad thing for human beings to put down their electronic devices and actually talk to one another and enjoy a meal if they can, get food. It's not all peaches and cream for people in the East that are living with long-term loss of power. But people in Kyiv are doing just fine on a reduced power schedule because they know it's helping everyone else in the country. Um, it sucks. It's definitely not convenient if you're trying to store food long term in a restaurant situation, but people are learning how to route around the inconveniences that come with Russia trying to snuff out your fellow countrymen.
Yeah, no, that's life moves on. So yeah, that's good. Then I'll make a little tweet when I'm not driving because I'm not supposed to do that, and then I'll be happy to see that being amplified. So thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, toss it up at the next gas station you come to, and we'll be happy to find you some cargo.
That's good. More pictures coming when the cars are leaving and stuff.
Thanks, Leonard. And we'll be looking for your tweet. Tony, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say, take my hat off to Leonard. Just beautiful to hear all this space, these people just helping. I'm bringing my kid to school in sunny Melbourne and running off the road trying to press the heart button. Between Ryan and Leonard, I just wanted to mention that because people here just don't get that praise. So you're appreciated, Leonard, Ryan, all over the world. People are listening to you and what you're doing. Jealous that I can't come and help you, but I just wanted to say that. Just one more thing. I'm getting disconnected all the time. Is there a problem with the site today, Alan?
I've heard of no specific problems with the site. I haven't been here all day. It was well connected this morning and
Okay.
early this afternoon. So it maybe it is just if you're driving. And one thing I've never done, Tony, is spoken here while driving. I don't think I could possibly do that. And not drive off the road. So
You
if you
just need
can,
a hands-free device. You attach it to the dashboard or the windshield, and you let one of the co-hosts moderate your mute button.
No, I wasn't actually driving. I'm not driving now, but I had to respond to what Leonard was saying whilst I was driving the kids. I just wanted to let you know, from far away, it's a bit disheartening. We live in a lucky country, but I'm unlucky because I'm not close like Leonard is. And for what he's doing, I would love to be driving one of those cars for him. To you, my hat off to you, Leonard. Cheers, I'll step down.
Thanks, mate. And Ryan has done it much more than me. But I used to live in Jervis Place in Melbourne. We can swap anytime.
well, there's no direct route that I know of from Melbourne to Kiev, at least if you're driving.
Think twice about that, Leonard. Have you seen the spiders down there?
Yeah, no issues whatsoever.
They're as big as Volkswagens.
Honestly, if I gave my wife an option to go down there, she would just drop everything and just go to the airport. So don't tempt us.
Even the koalas have STDs. Nothing is safe in Australia.
We endured a year. It was wonderful.
So Sojo is up with a hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Even the koalas have STDs, Ryan. Oh, sorry. Yes, unfortunately, there have been some problems. Anyway, with Android devices, apparently there's an update out which has helped some people. I downloaded the update, but it didn't help so much. There's always the option of listening through your phone web browser, but then you can't speak. Anyway, thank you so much for the STD fun, Ryan.
People think they're cute, but they're horrible little creatures.
They have very, very sharp claws too, I tell you.
And they're incredibly stupid. Smooth brain, repulsive little animals. They look cute, but only from afar. They're about as dumb as they come. They can't even eat. They only eat type of food that provides almost no nutritional value. And if you take that food off of the stick on which it grows, they're not smart enough to eat it anymore.
And
Ryan, you remind me of a rather depressed or grumpy mammal. I'm not sure whether it ought to be a marsupial now, perhaps.
Well, as far as marsupial families go, there are definitely smarter options.
Yes,
yeah,
Ryan,
and they kick bum.
What are your feelings about kangaroos and wallabies?
No comment on wallabies. Kangaroos are overly and unnecessarily aggressive, but I hear they have good meat.
Oh, we love you, Ryan. You're always such a ray of sunshine. Wonderful.
I try to keep it all rainbows and puppy dogs as best I can.
Well, Ryan, I would be proud to go to Ukraine with you, but count me off the Australian trip, okay?
Fair enough. I'll get to the land down under one day, but probably not until I'm up there in age and not young and strapping enough to box a kangaroo.
something you should avoid. I think only Gunny might take on such an opponent.
I would pay good money to watch that.
Well, who knows? Maybe Gunny would be eager enough to do it. I mean, I might pay good money to watch that too. I would actually pay good money to hear Gunny talk to a kangaroo. Uh, but we're getting a little ways off the topic here. Um, Ryan, have you had similar problems that Leonard is having? In other words, I don't think you would necessarily ever have an empty vehicle, but having a vehicle that's not fully loaded. And what do you do to get those vehicles fully loaded?
I keep loading them until I can't load anything else. I run overweight, and if I'm doing it in a van, I don't get questioned so much. The one time I did it in a cargo truck or a flatbed, they made me drive over the scales and I got caught. My vehicle was authorized for 3,500 kilos gross weight, and I was at 4,800. So what's that?
That's way overweight, Ryan.
1,600 pounds. I was about a ton overweight. Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, they told me my girlfriend says she still loves me even though I was overweight. Anyway, sorry about that interruption. Anyway, the border crossing agent kind of laughed and told me this is a problem and points to the scale readout and explained. I told her, sorry, I didn't have any scales as I was loading this stuff. It wasn't necessarily a planned load. I had 2 or 3 stops and I wasn't going to refuse humanitarian aid that was offered to me. I think the real story was I packed as much stuff as I could get in that truck because I only had it for a finite amount of time. She kind of laughed. I told her I wasn't going to unload it. She said, normally we charge a fine for stuff like this because you're running overweight on Polish roads. And that's like a Department of Transportation violation. But since it's humanitarian aid, we're not going to issue you a fine. Let me go and talk to my boss about how to resolve this. And she came back about 20 minutes later with a do better letter. I happily signed my do better letter and we passed through the border. But that's how I resolve my issues of not driving with an empty vehicle. One of my big pet peeves is driving an empty vehicle from Kyiv back to Poland to load cargo and having to deadhead a truck. Deadheading is a term used in the transportation business where you send an empty vehicle to pick something up, or you ship an empty vehicle, or you ship a loaded vehicle somewhere across the country and they have to drive all the way back to their point of origin without a load coming home. It's extremely inefficient. Usually if you're shipping stuff in the commercial sphere, a shipping carrier will charge you extra money if they have to deadhead their vehicle back. So you would go through a broker and a dispatch company who can find that driver a return load. That's why I don't like deadheading vehicles back to Poland. That's why I thought if Leonard is already headed through that way and has an empty vehicle that could haul a cargo, and we have cargo that needs to come to Kyiv, it would make all the more sense for us to reimburse some of his fuel and not have to send our vehicles in 2 directions and pay for twice the fuel when he's already driving that way to begin with. Is that a long-winded enough response?
Yes, and I understood every word of it, and it's completely right. So we're going to get a tweet from Leonard up in the nest. Anyone between Zurich and Lviv, that's a big curve. So from Switzerland through Poland through Western Ukraine, if you have supplies that need to get to Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Odessa, into the front lines, DM Leonard and let him know where you are and what you have. We have a couple of, go ahead, Ryan.
And
Just real quickly before we go to the other hands, I've seen some posts on social media in the last few weeks calling into question the character and the effectiveness of some of the other aid organizations that are out there operating in Ukraine, and insinuating that they're not being prudent operators and efficiently distributing aid or being good stewards of the resources they're provided. And having been on the ground and worked with almost every one of those organizations at one point or another in helping coordinate aid amongst all of them to do it as efficiently as possible, it kind of irritates me to see people's character being called into question, because I know organizations like Tapestry and Ripley's Heroes and a bunch of the other groups are doing a bunch of stuff and delivering a bunch of aid in the background that never makes it on to social media. It doesn't get posted on Twitter. It doesn't get posted on Facebook. Some of those orgs have called me and asked me if I know somebody that's headed from Poland into Ukraine that could deliver stuff for them. And I contact people with Renegade Relief and they say, yeah, we've got somebody going there in 48 hours. Can they wait that long? And because of the value of the cargo, or the short time frame on which somebody's going to be on the receiving end in Ukraine and headed to the front, and how desperately they need things like, oh, I don't know, $50,000 or $100,000 of medical supplies, it gets shipped and everybody helps everyone else, and nobody goes on social media and posts about it and pats themselves on the back. Some of those organizations that are moving it from Poland to Ukraine don't want to send it with a regular courier because the value of the cargo and the severity with which it's needed at the front, they can't trust a regular shipping company or a courier that's just doing it for money that might not care to be entrusted with those goods. So they send it with a trusted aid organization because they have chain of custody and they know who has it, and they're ensured that their stuff is going to get where it's supposed to go. Sorry for interrupting again. We've got hands.
And the order of those hands, as I recall, are Sabra and then Abdullah. So Sabra, please go ahead.
Hi. I was just going to make a suggestion that maybe we get Leonard and De Facto. She's been on the show before, De Facto Humanity. I know she's like getting aid in. I didn't know maybe if she would be interested. I don't know how to put those two together, but I know she's been on the show before and she's been doing a lot of things all on her own, and maybe she might need help getting some things into the country and loading up. I don't know. Just a suggestion.
She's in connection with Blue and Yellow in the background.
Oh, good
through
deal.
Some of our advocacy work we're doing.
Yeah, awesome. Oh, she's doing a great job. Everybody's doing a great job. Brian, I love you. You're my hero. If I could do what you do, I would be doing it in a heartbeat, but it's amazing. But thanks for the show. Thanks for everything you guys do. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Abdullah, go ahead.
Abdullah, are you with us? Abdullah?
I am. Hi, Alan. Hi, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. Oh, I think our Aussie friends left. I wanted to ask if their new what do you call, nuclear-powered submarines will be called HMS Down Under, but I'm not sure if that's a good name. What do you think?
I'm not sure I understand your question fully, Abdullah. You're suggesting that nuclear-powered submarines have been. Help me out here.
No. I was just suggesting if they still haven't named their new nuclear powered submarines. I was wondering if they can be called HMS Down Under as a name, but I think it didn't hit the mark with Alan, so that's okay. Ryan, I was gonna ask you, have you ever used do you know who I am card with the Polish police?
No, I haven't. I came very close one night when I got stuck on the border for 6 hours. I I actually had the Polish Secretary of State's personal business card with his mobile number in my shirt pocket, and I came really close on the second and third time that I walked up to the guard shack to pulling it out and asking him, "Do you know who this is? Do you see his mobile number on there? Do you want me to call him at midnight on a Saturday because I'll do it?" And I resisted the temptation because I wanted to see exactly what some of the other ADORGs are having to suffer through. And now I can speak with a little more certainty when I go and talk to them about how exactly the system breaks down and why their green corridor that they think they have set up isn't at all a green corridor, and it needs to become a lot more green.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Kenya, working with MSF. Kenyan police are known to ask for bribes, so they stopped us, and I had to, we had to use our "Do you know who I am" card. We had to take out our what do you call our government issued ID card, so they let us go. So sometimes it does work.
I did have someone pull that card on my behalf a handful of times. He was a Ukrainian soldier that was given some leave time, and instead of spending it, doing whatever you do on your time off in Ukraine, he was volunteering with some aid organizations to deliver humanitarian stuff because he had language skills that were extremely useful. We got pulled over by the police or at checkpoints a couple of times, and he would pull the "Do you know who this is" card and tell him at the checkpoint that I was a humanitarian volunteer from America, and they would all be, talking amongst themselves and a little impressed by it, I guess, or surprised maybe is a better term. We got pulled over one morning when I was driving him back to his city that he lived in, about an hour outside of Kyiv. And we were going to his apartment, and we got pulled over at 2 a.m. in some really bad weather by the local police because we were out after curfew. And they walked up, for one, because I had a broken taillight, and two, because I was speeding in bad weather and driving in the middle of the road. But because there was no traffic, driving in the middle of the road was the safest option with the bad weather. But they thought I was drunk, so they come walking up to the car and want to know why I have a broken taillight. And he tells them, that taillight was broken in Kherson. Do you know who this is? This is an American volunteer, and we don't have time for this. Why are you pulling him over? And when he told them I was an American, first they wanted my driver's license because they thought I was Ukrainian. And not everybody who drives in Ukraine has a license, and you can tell. But when he told them I was an American, the first thing they wanted to see was my passport, not because they didn't believe I was American, but because they had never seen an American passport in that part of Ukraine. And he wanted to look at it. And he motions his partner out of the car, and they both come over with smiles on their faces and flipped through every single page of my passport, because American passports have art on each page, so they're decorated. It's not just a plain book. But that was the only time that somebody pulled the "Do you know who this is" card, and they pulled it on behalf of me. And I was a bit embarrassed when it happened, but if it gets me out of a pinch, I'm happy to pull the "Do you know who I am" card.
Yes, it does. It does work, especially in some remote areas. Sometimes I know. Sometimes you want to be humble and you don't want to use that card, but sometimes it's the only way you can get out of trouble in some difficult situations. Just wanted to ask you one more thing. Have you gotten your international driver's permit, Ryan?
Absolutely not. I refuse to get an international driver permit. My Oklahoma driver's license is the only authorization I need. I don't care what anyone else says.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Listen, Oklahoma is I'm pretty sure it's not even recognized by 32 states. Okay.
We have a real ID now. I actually have
just
one of the
got
first.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
20 years late.
Come on.
Commission response to in commission response to
Oh my
increased
god,
security here, and
I was
Oklahoma
actually just
just got
kidding.
them. It
Oh
took
my
us 20
god.
years to get with the times.
I thought it wasn't even a state. They thought it was North Texas. That's what I heard. Is that true?
1907, Yehuda. We became a state in 1907. We've been here
I'll
since.
Talk a lot. And Lenart, Abdullah, Kifik. We've got, who's the other one here? JD Knight. So listen, we're talking about what's going on in Ukraine. And I just wanted to, we're talking about a big Russian counteroffensive, 200,000 plus troops, civilians in green clothing. What are they going to do, Ryan? Are they going to attack from the east and maybe the northeast? They want to attack through Kharkiv. Can we talk about it?
If they want to come through Kharkiv, they're going to have quite the fight on their hands.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay.
The people that are still living in Kharkiv after 10 months of this, or 11 months, almost 12 now of this Russian invasion, are not going to leave willingly. And I think Russia's going to be hard up to find 200,000 people to invade with, let alone equip them.
No, they've got 200,000. I mean, they're hanging out in Donbass and all that jazz. But the truth is, without BTRUs and BRMs and BMPs, it's all dismounted infantry, is it not, Ryan?
That's what we've heard, Yehuda. Dismounted infantry just being troops that can do nothing more than create a human wave. Maybe that wasn't accurate. I don't know.
Well, 200,000 Canadians are pretty angry people. Get us out of our couches. But they're 200,000, the partially mobilized paramilitary wing of Alcoholics Anonymous in Russia. But I'm not sure they can do the same thing we could do. Our maple syrup is a little more healthy than mediocre vodka, Alan. What say you?
I like maple syrup from Canada. I prefer maple syrup from Maine or Vermont. But
It's not even real. It's just corn syrup, cornstarch.
oh no, Yehuda. I never accept corn syrup on my pancakes ever. But these 200,000 Russian troops. This is a future mobilization, not a currently available force on the ground, right?
Actually, no. So they have done their little stealth mobilization. They're about 200,000. So Jens Stoltenberg, or Jens Stoltenberg, Jenny, he's the NATO chairperson or something or other. There's some information out there that says that the Russians are mobilizing 200,000 plus troops. That they're concentrated in the Donbass and to the northeast of Ukraine, near, to push through about southeast of Belgorod into Kharkiv. Not going to work. And I'll tell you why. For the same reason that the Russian advance in the first part of 2022 was successful, was their artillery. But guess what they don't have, Alan? Artillery, right? So they're going to send a bunch of hodgepodge conscripted people. So frankly, the largest cemetery in the world in the last 70 years is going to be Bakhmut. It's got about 25,000 dead Russians, a mix between Russian conscripts and pedophiles and rapists who've been discharged from Russian prisons. And you can make of it what you will, but it's quite a killing ground, and not in the way you might think it is. So, that's where it is, and that's where we're at. So, an enormous amount of Russian personnel have been thrown into the Bakhmut, and I really hate to say meat grinder because I don't think it's appropriate. It's not a mensch-like. It's not a gentlemanly thing to say about people dying. But 20,000 Russians are being killed, have been killed. We're looking at about 1,000 a day now. Every time the Russians do a mass wave infantry attack, dismount infantry attack into Ukrainian positions, a lot of them pass away. And by pass away, Alan, I mean, you know what I mean, right?
Yes, I do know what you mean. Well, Russian casualties have been discussed endlessly by all kinds of people, and here at MriyaReport. But just today, the British cabinet was briefed. This is according to a report from the Financial Times, and the British cabinet was told, I assume by Ben Wallace or MI5, but the briefing does not specify that. But the British cabinet was told that 188,000 Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded during this almost year of war. And in Afghanistan, where the Soviet Union waged a war for almost 10 years, I think, they lost only 15,000 soldiers. But I think the point here, Yehuda, is that 188,000 is the largest number I have heard. However, given the source and given the briefing to the British cabinet, it is a very strong possibility. And as you say, these casualties increase by nearly 1,000 a day. And if they do launch an offensive, a new offensive in the direction from Kermina or from Bakhmut or even Vuhledar, we will see those casualties increase substantially.
100%. All right. Well, I'm here for a bit, Alan and Ryan. We have a few questions from the audience. I'll collect them and we'll go from there.
Okay. You mentioned, Yehuda, that one thing the Russians are now lacking is artillery. Ukraine has destroyed more than 2,100 artillery in the war, but Russia still maintains the war. But Russia still maintains superiority in artillery. What they might be falling short of is ammunition and people to load the artillery.
Okay, good question. So I'm not sure that the Russians are actually on board, like, ahead of the game with the artillery. I do know that they lack the ammunition, but I think, on balance, the sophistication of Ukrainian counter battery fire, meaning artillery that destroys the enemy's artillery, is probably better than what the Russians have, right? So we see these shaping operations, or what are called enabling operations, which are taking out, Russian artillery vis-a-vis Ukrainian artillery. And what I see is that, especially with the current situation where the Russians are attacking Bakhmut and other areas in Soledar, they do not have the fire support that they're used to. And that's why they're sustaining so many casualties, right? But the Ukrainians, on the other hand, I think that what they're waiting for is a critical mass. They're waiting for the Russians to push through and get schmacked, And I think it's coming. The Ukrainians are quite much more sophisticated, or far more sophisticated than the Russians are. And we're seeing that come to fruition. That helps.
Yeah, the Ukrainians are incredibly patient. And what is significant about Ukrainian patience is they are waiting for another mistake by the Russians, and they are ready to exploit it. So anyone who asks why the Ukrainians are not following up success in Kharkiv and Kherson, or why they are not launching a new offensive all along this 1,500-kilometer long battle line, it's because Ukrainians choose the time and place to make the biggest difference. And in the meantime, they are patient. And so I think in this case, I don't know where I can find quotes about patience being practiced on the battlefield. But in this case, the Russians should fear Ukrainian patience as much as they should fear Ukrainian urgency.
100% correct. All right, Mark Fitzpatrick wanted to come up and ask a question. Is he there?
I don't see Mark. I can take a look for him. Mark, if you're listening, please tap on your mic icon at the lower left of your phone screen. Request to speak will bring you up. And when you do come up, tap the heart plus icon at the right of your screen and raise your hand. And yes, magically, Mark has appeared. He is coming up right now. Mark, go ahead.
That's actually a Gaelic term. It's a magical Mark. It's, Mark Fitzgerald.
Okay.
Mark, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Yehuda. The only question I really wanted to ask was more about IHOP and whether where's the I come from for international, and do they serve real maple syrup or is it fake? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely not. It's an American lie. It's corn syrup. It's colored brown.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know that they had fake maple syrup until I went to the United States. I thought they had trees. They're maple trees. No, all jokes aside, Mark, listen, you had an important question. I do want to address it in public, if you'd be so very kind.
Yeah.
Let's cut to the chase.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, basically, there's a bit of a Twitter storm going at the moment. There's obviously a lot of history in the story. I've only just seen it today. Axel's posted some tweets. There's some other people have posted tweets. And can I just preface whatever you're going to say, Yehuda, by the fact that
I don't know. Can you or may
may I?
Let's not speak proper.
Let me, if I may.
We're British, yeah. Sorry,
if I'll try and do this right. So I'm involved in quite a few charities, and there's often, if you like, controversy. People may criticize a charity. That's perfectly legitimate to do that. And I think in the context of what is happening in Ukraine and trying to provide support, it's a difficult environment to work within. So it doesn't surprise me at all that there may be things that are being commented on. The question obviously is what's the real story? And I guess, Yehuda, I didn't, I wasn't actually suggesting to discuss it personally this evening, but if you
kind of did. You kind of did, Mark.
Well,
you kind of did. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. You know what? When you've got nothing to hide, you've
No,
got
exactly. So it's, if you
right, fill your boots.
Well, so I mean, that's all I know is that essentially I've just read a few tweets where a lady's made, a journalist, I believe she is, she's made some allegations against MriyaReport, and
self-described journalists.
right,
That's
okay,
fine. I mean, they have independent.
And Axel has reacted to that and basically suggested that he's asking her to withdraw it, and if she doesn't withdraw it, well, he's basically planning to take legal action against it. So
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so here's the rub, Mark, and I appreciate it. There are a few people, including our team, that have asked, "What's going on?" This is what happened. We stood up MriyaReport. We called it some other name. I forget the name because I choose to. In March, there was an individual who claimed to be a physician or a surgeon, in fact, from Ukraine, and I may or not have been convinced that he was a legitimate person. I ponied up and I worked with the individual. He said he was a surgeon. I didn't check if he was a surgeon. Later, we found out that his father was a surgeon of the same name, and he might not have actually ever been a doctor in Ukraine. And what happened was we worked with him. But Mark, I have to be honest with you, what happened was we had about 40 volunteers, all working around the clock to help out Ukraine. And this individual kept posting his own PayPal, fake Cash App, Stripe, and Venmo, and all this garbage. And I was made aware of it. I was told the person is collecting money in their own name. Now he had he had other members of you know, I have a few, 3 or 4 people, and you'll find out because they're posting it, all of them. One was a lawyer, one was an NGO person, one was an IT person, and what happened was they were posting and collecting money. And I'm not talking about hundreds of dollars. They were collecting tens of thousands of dollars a month, kind of on the work and the back of people like us. And so I confronted the individual. I didn't know about the money part. I didn't know how much. And I confronted the person and I said, listen, you can't do that. We're all doing it for free. And he said, well, I can't eat. So I sent him $500 a month for several months. Other people sent him 2,000, 1,000. So the guy was being supported by members of this very space because we thought he was, on the poverty line. And what ended up happening was they wanted me to quit the space and make the report behind a paywall where people have to pay to listen to us. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that, not for any other reason, because it's unethical, because, my wife's a Ukrainian. Her uncle was killed in a Russian strike. My grandmother's Ukrainian. I just feel kind of a personal situation here where I'm not going to do that. So what happened was another lady, Betsy, she offered to be the CEO of the new organization. She wanted $150,000 plus 23.5% benefits. I was just like, this is crazy. We don't need. So basically, what happened was this: we were doing a good thing, and a bunch of interesting individuals. Let's say that, unless our lawyers be upset. Interesting individuals wanted to kind of circumvent and take control of the space. And what happened was 45, including myself plus 3 others, so 44 volunteers from around the world just walked away from these people. We said, no, it's not for us. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. We didn't malign them. We didn't say bad things about them. We didn't, crap talk them. We just walked away. Now, what happened is we continued with our thing. And then, as you know, we made MriyaReport, an official organization. And then we got a 501(c)(3). And then magically, they found a reporter in Canada who has a certain, I don't want to say bias, but he has a particular slant to things that are pro-Russia and pro-Ukraine. And anyway, they published an article about us. It was very, very, I would say, not good. A lot of our listeners were very upset about the article, and they quoted, for example, a young lady named Olga Hudetska, not a real journalist, but someone who calls themselves. I mean, if you're in a war zone, you decide to say you're a candlestick maker, you're a veterinarian, you're a journalist. I mean, no one's going to really stop you. But what happened was Olga had asked for a bunch of equipment, thousands of dollars of equipment. And I didn't know. I thought we gave her a helmet and a this and a that. And all I knew is that she received something. And then what happened was when Walter, who had stolen, thousands of dollars of money from us on the space, there are people here, as I said, there are people listening. There are people who speak here that sent him money. Thousands of dollars of money because we thought he was poor and he couldn't eat. This guy came after us because we took away the ability to like grift and take money from the space. I'd be so very happy if he was so offended by it. Please do contact our lawyers because we'd love to go to Discovery and examine your phone records and his bank accounts. Right? I mean, he's not going to do it because he's made a lot of money off of us. But what happened was he literally came after us, and a lot of us were really shocked. And we haven't done anything to you. We walked away from you because we found out you were taking money. And the Olga person is a self-proclaimed journalist, as I am a scholar of Greek language at the University of Timbuktu. And what happened was she took a bunch of equipment from us, not $100, maybe about $500 worth. And we gave it to her, and then she said something nasty. And Axel, as you said, got mad and said, well, I paid for all of that equipment, so I'm quite cross, and I'd like to confront her publicly. And I said, Axel, please don't. Do me a favor. I didn't beg. I said, please don't. Let me message her privately, and I'll say, listen, if the stuff that our team gave you isn't good enough, please give it back and we'll give it to someone else. But what happened was Walter and her and Leopold and Mullins, they contacted a reporter in Canada whose name I just won't mention just because he doesn't deserve it. They said that we did something bad or something, and the Olga person. What's funny is because I sent the screenshots to several people because they wanted to see what happened, and she said I demanded thousands of dollars back from her. I didn't say anything of the sort. I just said if the equipment isn't good, give it back. So, ironically, the individual in Canada at a very small paper in Ottawa, I sent him all the screenshots. I sent him everything, and his lawyers obviously corrected his article and posted it. But he still wrote in it that I demanded thousands of dollars, and then I admitted I never gave her thousands of dollars in an attempt to make it look like I was lying. Well, I thought she got $1,000. She might have got 500, but does it really matter? Anyway, long story short, this article, a very small, marginal paper. Perhaps I was once told that the subscribership of the newspaper was limited to the family members of the employees. It might be true, it might not be. I'm not sure. But either way, I don't really care because when you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about being called for a reckoning of sorts. So I wanted to let it go, but Axel, who's the man that paid for the, I don't know, 450 euros worth of equipment for this individual, he really was upset. He said, how dare she make it seem like, that we didn't do something good by her. And we did, the volunteers. So not just Axel paying for a plate carrier or this and that and delivery. People in the space have paid over almost over $20,000 American of phones and earphones and data plans to help other people support the space. So for anyone to call us thieves or crooks or stuff, it's quite silly, And I wasn't going to address it, Mark, but I like you, and you messaged me about it, and you said, "Hey, I want to talk about it." And I figured we've got nothing to hide. If anyone is interested, I can send the screenshots, all of them, from Olga Hudetska, from Walter Lech, from David Leopold, from the journalist in Ottawa. I actually have a 3-hour conversation. A very interesting it's a very interesting portrayal of our conversation. I have nothing to hide. Our lawyers are actually fastly and furiously going through all of the information. I'm not sure we're going to do anything because these people are so irrelevant that it might not be important. But if it should become more relevant, I can assure you we have some of the top law firms in the United States. Actually, we've had 4 defamation firms contact us about this, offer pro bono work, enough to sue some of these people into the next century. And I'm not a vindictive person. I know some people are shallow, immoral, lacking of values, and they know who they are. But the truth is, we have a bigger cause. I'm planning to make this statement, but I think it's important, and millions of listeners that hear this, we're not going away. We're not afraid of Russian propaganda and the troll bot farms.
Ryan was wanted to speak there. And if anyone else wants to speak, I would like to come back in at the end, if I may, if that's all right.
Absolutely, Mark.
Thank you.
Ryan, go ahead.
I just wanted to remark on one specific individual who was referenced in this article. I've read the article. I think there's a whole lot of innuendo without much substance to back it up. But I wanted to point to the former participant here on the space who shall not be named and remind everybody that while he's referenced as a physician or a doctor in the article, there's absolutely no evidence offered to back that up. And if he is a doctor and he is Ukrainian, then where the hell's Walter Leck? Why isn't he in Ukraine? Why did I have to quit my job without any medical experience and go to offer help driving things around in Ukraine? And why isn't this guy who speaks good English and Ukrainian offering his time as a physician helping people in his country? Why is he still sitting somewhere in the US with a Cash App account connected to his Twitter space requesting donations for himself? I'll leave it at that.
Oh, hold on, is it true? Some people told me that Drew Winnings and Walter Leck had a Cash App created under Maria Aid, even though they weren't a part of Maria Aid. That seems to be maybe a problem legally. I'm not a doctor or a lawyer. Doesn't seem right, Ryan.
But you stayed at a Holiday Inn, right?
God knows I sure did.
Yeah, I think that would introduce some legal culpability into whatever Mr. Leck and that other guy from California were doing.
Drew.
Yeah, Drew.
Well, so it's funny thing is that they have a Cash App. When they left our organization as a group, even though we weren't a real organization at the time, they went ahead and made a Cash App, and I don't know if it was a PayPal or some other account, and they didn't delete it. So basically, the individuals who are and what they're doing is they're peddling this narrative through David Leopold, because I saw him retweet this Insidious article, which will be dealt with lawyers, and I'm sure he'll be served at work. But they basically made it seem like there was some nefarious behavior. The funny thing is, every dollar spent by the organization we support has been accounted for by an audit by the most reputable accounting firm in Ottawa. But they can sit behind and hide behind their own anonymity and pretend to be, I think it's very silly. I'd like to ask where, these individuals, why on earth would you, without approval, make a phone, a stream for cash delivery to your own personal bank account without an organization, without a nonprofit business under your own names? I think that's quite interesting to me. And if they want to go and solicit to perhaps, who knows, uninformed or ill-informed journalists, and they want to tell stories. I mean, the funny thing is, all of the information that I sent to, for example, Axel, I sent to the journalist, but yet he still said, Olga said this. However, all the information that the person sent us, supports his claim he didn't do this. It's quite silly. It's quite bizarre. And I think it's important. I think this is where social media kicks in and says, you know what? If you want to be a liar and if you want to get sued into the next century, that's fine. But do us a favor. Don't hurt Ukraine. Don't try to play around with what's important. I personally, I'm done, Ryan. I am so pissed off at liars and grifters and scoundrels. And, you know why I sleep well at night? Because I don't lie. I don't steal money. I owe money. I don't make money. Being here costs people money. And for those who sit in Queens and San Francisco and collect money from unsuspecting people who donate money thinking it's for Ukraine, shame on you. And there will be a reckoning. There will be a reckoning. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Yehuda.
Thanks, Yehuda. And we do have a couple more hands up. Steve is first, and then go ahead, Steve.
I just wanted to say that individual I will not name got me for $200 or $300 that I specified to be forwarded on first to another charity, and then that he claimed to be in support of, and then MriyaReport, and it was never accounted for. Everything you could saying, absolutely.
Steve, hold on, Steve. Steve, can I ask you, so without mentioning names, are you saying that you contacted someone that used to be associated with us before we, became a thing, and he said, you're not the first person that said that. There are hundreds of people who said, I sent money to that person, starts with a W. And they said, he said they were going to send this money, but when I asked the question, did you get the money? They said no. Is that something similar? Like he offered to take the money and then didn't send it to where you wanted it to go?
He just had it, the availability to send him money on Twitter via Cash App, and I wasn't able to get my bank to work to be able to send it to Ukraine directly through a wire transfer. And I had the ability on Twitter, so I just sent it. And but I sent it in 3 batches, totaling 200 or 300. And he liked it, and then I found out what was going on and just blocked him. It wasn't worth it. And Alan and I talked, so he knows about it and documented it.
Well, I'm so sorry, Steve. You know what? I don't make a lot of money, but I'm gonna make sure I'll pay you back that money you sent him because that's unacceptable. And it's my mistake for I thought he was a good guy, and I'll pay you back that money. Frankly,
You
I'd
don't
like
owe
you
me
to
anything.
message me because that really. No, I don't, but I will pay you back because by putting my name along that guy, it just boggles my mind. And here's the guy, contacting so-called journalists and saying, "Oh, I was hard done by." I sent that journalist every screenshot of all of the thousands of dollars that Walter took from people like Steve and others. He didn't put a thing in it in the article. He made it seem like Walter, first of all, he didn't pull away from it. We left him. 40 people from around the world walked away from him because he was a thief. And all of his friends, we walked away. And this guy has the cover of so-called journalists. And he could say, "Oh, he walks away from it and says, I'm a journalist, I'm just reporting." He didn't say anything. We gave him all the information. And Steve, thank you for sharing this because it's so important that people hear it. I didn't even know you're coming up. I think I did see your name. You're one of the multiple screenshots I saw of people who sent money to him. And you know what? I think it's important because people need to know that there are thousands, millions of good people looking to help Ukraine survive a genocide. And then there are others who grift and steal from people. And then there are useful idiots who back them, like a lawyer in Cleveland who was his immigration lawyer who went after me too. And I think it's important to call them out because these are dastardly and disgusting acts. So thanks for sharing that with us, Steve. And you know what? If you have any questions, I'm open, and so is Steve. Over to you, Alan.
Thanks, Yehuda. I just want to remind folks, the conversation you're hearing right now is an example of the complete transparency of MriyaReport and Maria Aid. And this is something we not only aspire to, but we achieve by being open to questions, open to review, and also there is no greater than transparency than an audit prepared by professional accountants. This has in fact been done for Maria Aid, and it is posted at MriyaAid.org. And this is so our donors can see how their donations make a difference. With that, just let me go to Christopher. Your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Thanks so much, Alan. I wanted to, Yehuda, are you still there?
I am for now, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, listen, I wanted to just thank you for putting all the pieces together for me. I had a bunch of knowledge from the beginning back and forth, and it was great that you put it all together. I appreciate that very much. Thanks.
I'm sorry. I never wanted to talk about it. I thought, you know what? Let's pass through it. Let's just go past it. But the fact that someone spent so much time to try to destroy people's lives and destroy an organization that helps Ukrainians live, it breaks my heart.
Yeah, and some of our wallets. Not to be funny about it, but Axel, I know I can understand. But listen, gentlemen, your honesty and your forthrightness throughout this entire process and transparency is something to be envied. So from my heart out, I so appreciate you all. Thanks so much. Dropping down.
Thank you, Christopher. And I also just want to say, you know, don't think that that this distracts us in any way from what we are doing. It does not distract you. The most important mission that we pursue every single day at MriyaReport and in our support of Maria Aid is to help Ukraine defeat Russia. It's very simple. This is such an overwhelming mission. Nothing could possibly distract us from continuing to succeed every single day in bringing you news about Ukraine, verified news about the military situation on the ground, in bringing you voices of Ukrainians themselves, first responders like Roman, who's a fire chief in Kharkiv, the head of the Ukrainian train system, members of the Ukrainian Rada. This is our goal. Yehuda, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. No, thanks. Yeah, I don't mean to get personal and emotional, but it's a personal and emotional for a lot of us. I can't speak for the whole team, but this has been going on now for a year. Okay, for some of us, I have young children. I spend, 10 hours through the night, you know, doing this. Not, my wife's not too happy. I do what I do because I care about, a genocide in our lifetime. Right? People talk about Schindler's List. If I knew what would happen, I wouldn't be that person. Well, you know what? It's 2022, 2023. It's not a subjective kind of, perhaps a shoulda, woulda, coulda situation. It's a real situation. So for us, for the whole team, this one particular insignificant article on the whole comes out, and we get upset because this isn't an honest article. It's a clickbaity type of thing, filled with half truths. I didn't even want to respond to it. And Axel said, "No, I'm gonna post all of the messages from a one Olga Hudetska, who said that I demanded $1,000 from her. I never did, and I didn't want to reply. I said, well, who cares? She's, it's irrelevant, and her opinion, as a mathematics teacher said to me, you should always consider the source, and if the source isn't appropriate, let it go. But you know what? Other people on our team said we're being attacked by people who push this, this Russian narrative of grift in Ukrainian organizations. Organizations who are stood. They have a right to reply. I once said we shouldn't say anything, but it's not fair to the people who, like me, who have given thousands of hours. They've sacrificed family lives so we could share with the world what happens in Ukraine. And because there are some petty people who want to make money and promote themselves, that's fine. Let them do it on their own time, but they won't do it on our backs. And that's I'm pretty I've and personally, and thanks Chris and those who came up. I think I've accepted the fact that people should feel free to share their anger and their unhappiness with those that choose to take an actual massive humanitarian catastrophe and use it to make money. We don't make money here. We're here to help Ukraine survive, and we're not going away until the Russians are back where they belong in Russia. So I'm very happy, and I want to thank everyone who's been here to do the right thing. I've never met such a great group of friends that I've never met. So thanks so very much. Thanks to you, Alan. Over.
Let me round this off very briefly. Everything I had to say about one specific item, because that's where I could say something to very, very directly, I have said. And it had to be clarified because it's a lie. Because I respected that woman tremendously. I've interviewed her, I've spoken to her for many hours. I think she has done exceptional things when she was an European. I'm very, very disappointed. I'm extremely distraught as to how the events turned and what she's done. I had hoped that over time she would find a way back and become reasonable. That has not happened. And the fact, and only the fact, that today she went as far as to retweet this infamous, perfidious piece of really bad writing. Dreck, genau. That's where it became evident that at least that had to be corrected. And the remainder will be put in the hands of lawyers, unless, of course, she recants. Because the proof is out there. It's evident. There's even the message and the video of how she thanked Verlaine and myself for organizing this. And seriously, I have absolutely no reason to...
Did I even know about this? Did I even know about it? I never knew about it, did I?
I made it very clear that you didn't. Because it was not for you what I donated.
Yeah, you didn't. You came to me and said, "I can't believe she's crapping all over us." I didn't even know what she's talking about. So I said, "Let me deal with it because I just want to keep things within the family, the Ukrainian family." And I didn't expect it to be called out in this quote unquote newspaper for harassing. I just said, if you don't like the kit, give it back. That's it. And you know what? I didn't. I sent you that information, I don't know, like